Hello. Hi, hi. Welcome. How you doing? Hope you are doing good. I'm not here. Wow. Hi. Hope you are doing good. Wow, I cannot believe it. I'm gonna play more NES titles today. Wow. A lot of wows. Like, to be honest, yesterday when I was playing those NES titles, I was so giddy. Other than playing Gunsmoke though, I mean Gunsmoke gets me really happy, right? But then towards the end the game throws too much bullshit at me and it's like, eh. But I enjoyed it nonetheless. I still feel like I want to play Kage, you know. After listening to this one, this is Kage's music, by the way. After listening to this one, I just feel like I want to play Kage again. You know, I could do it, but and there's so many games I want to try out too, right? Today I want to specifically go for Jackal and also Gradius 2. Like I mentioned, right? After playing those two, if I still have more time, I kinda want to play some shooty bang bang. You know, the Counter-Strike. It has been a while. Kinda like the game still. But yeah, that is kind of today's what I wanted to do, right, for today. But also sorry for being late too. It's like 1:20 p.m. Oh, I'm like almost an hour late. Oh my god. Right, because I gotta prepare for tomorrow's stuff. Well, of course, like, you know, tomorrow there'll be no stream. This is also why I decided to like make the NES titles earlier. Right, it was supposed to be Saturday and Sunday, right? It was supposed to be Saturday and Sunday, and then it's like Sunday have something that I need to do, so I have to sort of make it earlier. So I make it these 2 days instead, Friday and Saturday. So Sunday I can, you know, not stream because it's probably gonna be one busy day, right? And then Monday I'll continue with In Demon Tales, right? I feel like we're getting close to the end of In Demon Tales, like so close, right? I feel like I already unlocked most of the maps. I only unlocked like most of the things that I can craft. Of course, it's gonna be like post-game content and stuff like that. That sure is gonna be post-game content, I feel like. But we're gonna check it out on Monday, right? So today, we're gonna start. I think I'm gonna start with. Ooh, what did I start with? Ooh, questions. I'm probably gonna start with. Do I start with the hard one or do I start with the hardest one? To me, I feel like Gradius is the hardest one. Gradius 2 is the hardest one, and Jekyll is the hard one. Yeah, today these two games is going to be insane difficult. I'm gonna start with Gradius first. Yeah, I'm gonna start with Gradius first. Let me open it up real quick. Actually, do I open it up first? I should become small first, actually. Give me a second. And then go here. You may see a black. Yep, that's the black screen, because I haven't opened up the thing, the emulator yet. So let me just close this one real quick. This music is so good. Oh my god! It makes me want to play Kage again, or Cage. Cage. So yeah, so this is Gradius 2. Man, look at that, it's so cool. Why is it janked? Why is it janked up? Why was that jank? Huh? I need answers. Why was that jank? No story. Go straight in. Which one is the best one? Tailgun 2-way? Photon torpedo and double? Spread bomb and tailgun, double and missile. Laser option force field. Laser option force field. I think I'm gonna go for this one actually. No, I can do photon torpedo, which is gonna hurt like crazy. I believe photon torpedo goes through the ground without exploding unless touch a monster or enemy. So I'm probably gonna go for this one. I'm not gonna go for ripple. I'm gonna go for double for more map coverage. I love kobolds. Oh my god, I love kobolds too. I fucking love scaly intro beings. Oh my god. What a coincidence, B2. Oh my god. Scaly beings. We love scaly intro beings. Hi, Brian. I think purple kobolds are fucking incredible. Hey, like Vertaki. Did you know that Vertaki is also purple bolt? But you know, I think Brian. Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. If I had to rate how cool you are, I'll rate you a 10. Oh my god. I don't know what 10 is. There's 4? Sorry, and 8. Oh, so 8 is 2, 4, right? Out of possible 4. Oh, so 2, 4 is 8. Okay, okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 4, 4, 8. I love Kingdom. Alright, let's go with this one. Hope you're doing good, Brian. Oh my god. Purple ball. Kobolds are cool. I love kobolds. And I can beat them like that as well. Also, it's raining very heavily. Is this Gradius? Yes, this is Gradius too. Possibly the hardest game that I'm gonna play today, I feel like. But we'll see. I was never a fan of this one. Really? I was a huge fan because of how hard it is. I don't know, it's just how I feel about the game, to be honest. Wait, why is it like only half screen game? Wait, something messed up, something is not right here. Why is it only half screen game? Why is it only why is it only half, huh? Something is wrong, game. Oh no. It was fine though. It was fine though. Wait. The overscan. Game specific. Nope, didn't do it. What's with the huge... It was standard 4.3? Oh. What? I don't get it. I don't get it. Wait, that's not it. Oh shit. Oh. Oh. Oh, wait. What? Okay, I don't like what's happening. Is it because of the emulation? Sorry, give me a second. Let me try to set all these at 0. But I know Gradius 2 at some point will have... It's the emulation problem? I cannot overclock this game? Are you kidding me? Wait, no way. Serious? Okay, 100 is fine, I think. Let me try to reset this, I'm sorry. This is very scuffed, I know. It's not janked up anymore. Oh, is there an arcade version of this game? Alright, let's try again. That one didn't count. Yeah, there we go. I need that. Double! Option. Oh, I missed it. Ah, crap. I need it too. Okay, I need missile. Missile! Look, dragon! Oh my god. Oh, I can double again? Yeah, I need more options. Oh, one speed and one double if possible. Oh, I think it speeds up the double. 2 speed ups so that I can dodge things consistently. If I remember how to play this game, this game is hard as fuck. Hi, Evie. There we go. Okay, fast double. Oh, I forgot about this. I actually forgot about that. Yeah, this is what I mean by very detrimental. You lose one, you lose everything, pretty much. Oh jeez! Oh, I forgot to play this game! Oh my god! Wait, I can win this very consistently though! Oh shit! Oh no! I only gotta be here for a bit. I should have practiced a little bit before I start this one. 1, 2... Oh! Oh no! I should have practiced more! I forgot! I think I start from the start? Yeah, okay, okay. If we start from the start, it's fine. I think. There's no way. Do I need double first, actually? Yeah, I might need double first. Double. Double. I tell you, like, that's why I say, like, this game is legit, like, one of the hardest games I played on the NES title. It is like goddamn hard, like super hard. Also, I hope I didn't get eating. I don't know if I said that already. I don't remember. I pressed the wrong button. How could I? That's why we need double. So my stride should keep going up. I think there can be a maximum of 4 options. Okay, careful, careful. Okay, we know they're gonna rush the thing. Actually, we're just gonna dodge here. Then go down. Okay, don't mess with the fire. Ay, oy, 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 oy. Oh my god, who designed this game? Goddamn, it's so difficult. Oh my god. I don't think I can beat this today. Oh no! I didn't think about this. Wait, but I can consistently beat this game like multiple times back then. I mean, of course, now it's not back then, you know? Oh my god! I didn't think about this, did I? Oh fuck. Oh, this might be the most scuff ever. Oh no. Get that. Get double. Get missile. Nice, what a snipe. I didn't mean to get force field. Okay. No option? Optionless? Optionless are we? Optionless are we? Gosh diggity dang. I need option! Don't know why it's called option though, it's kinda cool. The best sound effect. I remember playing Salamander, so it is like the same sound effect. My god, this part is so fucking scary, man. One misstep and then you're dead. More times? And then careful, behind. Oh! Probably gonna be another one here. Yeah. One. Go! Okay. One more option and the speed up, we good. Oh my god, this game is way harder than I thought. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna cheese this game, I'm sorry. Because it's very hard now. I'm gonna save state a lot. See that? Save state 1 saved. Okay? Oh my god, giant flaming testicles. So scary. Watch out. But the music though, man. Ooh! Bird! I forgot about this! Oh my god, it's bird! Okay. I can option again? Sorry. I get a save state again? Sorry. I'm gonna cheese the game, alright? I apologize, but hey. Oh, option does that! Wait, that's so cool! And I think this is not permanent. They will go back to their usual behavior after. Yep, there we go. So I can always spam that when I have option. And also, you might notice that I'm not going for full... this is why I don't go for full speed up, okay? It's already started to control the speed, and then if you go over just a tiny bit, you get slammed into the floor and die. So that's why I don't get like maximum speed. I think this speed is already good enough. Also, don't mind me just cheating the game now, alright? I'm just I seriously, it's like so hard. I still remember like a few years back, right? I can consistently beat this game like so easy. Oh. Shit, my force field. Are they gonna move up and down constantly? How are they gonna move? Oh, my force field. My force field! I told you this. What the fuck? This game's way harder than I thought. I fucking love cheese. Oh my god, same. If only cheese is more affordable here. I would eat them almost every day, I think. Oh my god, I've been spoiled. I need to keep the force field, the last one. How many bullets did I eat just now? I'm just eating. Hey. I'm so locked in now. How much health do they have? Holy shit! Oh, I ate it. I think I'm gonna save here again. Okay, this is going to be the cheesiest run ever. I'm sorry. New redeems, yay! Now you can spoil the kobo. I think when pretty much after Chinese New Year, I'll try to I'll try to spend some time and try to look into semi-bot and also mix it up so that the redeems will be more easy to set up, and also it will be for both 3D and 2D at the same time, so I don't need to keep pausing the redeems in between. I'll see how it works. Hopefully that works, right? But yeah, now you can spoil the kobo or whoever's on the screen. Oi. Okay, give me a bullet. Okay, there we go. I know you can cheese that, I remember. What's the boss again? I can't see shit, everything is just so flickering. I ate that. Oh no, a giant eye! I think there's more. It's the weakness. IMO is the weakness. What do you do again? Oh shit. I win? Oh, I win. Okay, okay. Cheese time. Save state. Oh, did I save 2? Oops. Okay, let's save 2 then. It's okay. I should have practiced. I just didn't think of this. Like, my goodness. Option. There's also voice acting in this game. In the NES era. Did you hear that option? It's so soft, but it's there. It's so cool. I also love how they mute all SFX for a bit, just for us to listen to the intro of the music. So cool, man. That's how you know they know how to make a good game. Like, they know their music is top tier, and they'd be like, hey, chill, listen to the music for a bit, yeah? And then they bombard you with the SFX after. It's like, yeah, jeez, that's perfect, man. Aye! One bullet? Okay. Oh yeah, I remember this. You can actually destroy the volcano by doing this. Yep, it's broken. You can destroy the volcano. You heard it here, folks. Destroy volcano, only in Gradius 2. You wouldn't have enough firepower without all these options, so that's why I say that if you die, you cannot continue the game. Yeah, you're like, stop. Oh, oh hey! Oh yeah, I overclocked this part, so it's not gonna lag too much. Usually during this part, the game's gonna lag like crazy. My butt cheek is so clenched. I'm sorry, I'm gonna save here. My butt cheek is too clenched. Okay. Oh, only one. Oh my god, there's all to destroy. Oi! Their movement is so awkward. It's unpredictable. Like, what that? I mean, no, I know it's space, but still. Oh my god! What is that movement, bro? What is that? Can I not go? Oh my god. It's so weird. Alright, here we go. Oh my god, I told you, man, this is like the hardest game I ever played. For the NES title, anyway. Like, this game means business. This one and also Life Force, which is similar games, but they're not called Gradius. I think they're called Life Force or Salamander. Which has also banger music as well. And they also have like a different perspective as well. Okay, what is this? What do I do? What is their movement? I don't understand. Oh, I survived. Bro, yo, okay, you know, I have to save here. This is so bad. Oh my god. I didn't practice. It's on me. I should start with force field. Oh. Oh. Oh, it's a squid monster. It's the squid. You're just blocking it. Brother, what are you doing? You cannot cheat. You can have a weakness. You can just block your weakness like that for 10 seconds. You're gonna give it to me, man. You're gonna give it to me. You cannot just block it. Yeah, there we go. Oh, I ate it. I ate it. I ate it. I ate it. I ate it again. I need force field. I ate it. I'm out of force field. Okay. Okay. I can probably farm force field here. Sorry. Every time I do a save state, I just feel bad. I shouldn't have made that. 2 force field. We're so back. Oh, I remember this stage. This is like the weirdest one. You have to shoot things into their mouth. I'm not joking. That's their weakness. That's why I told you it's weird. Like, you literally have to shoot things into their mouth until they die. Like, what the hell? Who thought that is a good idea, huh? I don't get it. Oh, I ate that. Are you gonna come up? Yeah. Okay. I can destroy these, but they are very hard to destroy, so I'm not gonna bother with that too much. I ate that. Oh no. It's okay, I can still do it. I ate that. Did you change color? Did you switch sides? What happened here? Thank God, thunderstorm. that one wasn't too bad. Before I ate my words for it. Safe state. Okay, I promise Jackal the least possible amount of safe state ever, okay? For Jackal, yes. Got him. I did play Jackal for a little bit. I haven't played Gradius in a long time, so maybe that's why. What, already? What am I looking? Oh yeah, it's a mouth monster, of course. Wow. Mouth monster summoning more mouth monster. I'm regretting what I'm saying today, actually, sometimes. Sometimes when I don't think when I speak, that just happens. And I'm just dropping photon torpedo into its mouth. Yeah, cool. Alright. I'm so sorry. Okay, one down. I just find an angle. Now imagine if you don't have double, how are you even gonna beat that thing on top, right? Got him. Oh. Okay, so this is the first. I just noticed, right? When I play Gradius 1, the music is weird. So this is Gradius 1's boss music. This one, alright? Boss music, by the way. I'm not even joking, right? This is actually Gradius 1 boss music. It is so happy. I'm so happy. Oh! Oh my god, brother. Oh! Yo! Holy shit, you're so... What? Okay. Alright, 2 can play that game. This is not too bad. Oh. Interesting strategy. Oh, got him. And then in comes the best music in the game. Check this out. Damn, this is Salamander. Even the intro is the same, so cool. The power option. Okay, I will drink after this. After I listen to this masterpiece. This is also one of Salamander's boss. It's so cool, man. Ooh, oh my god, that was way too close. You know, when they do that, I cannot really attack them. I have to, let's see, from here, yep, okay, I can cheese this one, but it's very tough. Oh, right, this is the last boss of Salamander. What? Epilepsy warning, I'm sorry. I forgot about this. Epilepsy warning. A little bit late. Don't look until this boss is done. Damn, you just do that, huh? Done. Okay, okay. You can look again. Oh, Crystal Fox. 30 stream streak? Thank you. Oh, that was a boss rush. Right. Alright, let me drink first. This is way more intense than I thought. Yeah, it's thunderstorming, but it's not that huge of a thunderstorm, so I think it should be fine. It should be fine to keep streaming. I drink. I can continue. I didn't save. I think I can beat this boss. I forgot what this boss did. Like what this boss does. Oh, right, I remember this. I ate that. So precise movements. Precise movement. Can you just can't throw stuff at me? Oh, okay. I think I can eat one enemy here. Ow. So let me save. I'm gonna save a tree. Ow. One enemy? One enemy? Okay. Very cool. That was almost perfect. But why, Ify? You hear that? The music plays first without any SFX, and then the SFX comes in, and they become a choo mess. Oh, tight space. How many bullets have I ate? Uh oh, one. Okay. Oh, I remember this. I have to save here. I'm gonna die so many times here. I didn't mean to save it. 4. Okay. I'm saving all the save states now. This part is really tough. I think it's here. Shit. That's why I say, oh my god. Imagine without speed up going through this place. How is it even possible? Okay. I didn't die. Oh my god. That was pog, that was pog, that was pog. That was actually really cool. Okay, okay, okay. Wow. You know what? I'm not gonna save anymore. Yeah. I got to save one last time, and I'm not gonna save anymore. I'm so confident now. Because I didn't die at that part. Oi! I almost died immediately. Oop! Ow! Okay, easy. There's more. I actually love Gradius too, where there's like multiple boss, other than just like, oh, you go through this place and then there's one boss at the end waiting for you. Oh no! Would it lock me behind? Oh my god! Oh! Wait. I've never been this scared before. Is there more? I hope not. What's that sound? Oh. How do you expect me to fight that? Okay, how about this? Yeah. Easy. Easy. Is that it? Okay, good. I'm not gonna save anymore. I think this is the last stage. Yes. Okay, this is the last stage. Alright, let's see if we can first try this one. Without saving this time. That was thunder. Huge thunder. Oh, this shit again. Oh no, what is this? Oi! Oi! What the fuck? Oi! Oh my god. I'm sorry, I'm shouting. Oh, what the hell is this? I knew it. Another one? Okay. Okay. What am I fighting against? What am I looking at? Are you speaking? Oh. I don't know where's the weak spot. Is it the eye? It looks like the eye. The eye is not giving any feedback. You are kidding! That's the last boss? Oh my god, that is the shittiest last boss ever! What the fuck? no way! What kind of last boss is that? he just... And the entire stage until that point was 10 out of 10. The last boss is actual 0 out of 10. What the fuck was that? Dude, all the bosses so fucking cool, and then the last boss is head. But still, you know, the game is good. The game is good. I'm not gonna let like one last boss just make the game like become 0 out of 10. But it does make the game become like an 8 of 7. I have a lot of fun. I know I'm cheesing the game. Like I didn't even spend an hour on it. Yeah, that is very underwhelming. I was looking for a while. That was a very yeah. Also, hi Astro. Welcome. Well, at least we did it. That was stressful as fuck. because I know for a fact that if I die once, I have to like if I don't save state, it will be from the beginning. I need to play it from the beginning if I die once. That's Gradius to you. Woo! Wait! You can just like you can just put me in what? Oh, okay, it just restart now. Missile. Okay, so the game just repeats now. Flaming testicles. I think the hardest part is actually like the start of the area or like the start of the game. Like the first 2 stages is like the hardest by far. Because I cannot consistently get force field. I need to like build out my option and stuff like that. And it's a one-touch death all the time, so yeah, it's very difficult. Have you played Bionic Commando? Never played that before. Bionic Commando is neat. I played I forgot what the name is called, but I played the game where you wait piku. How do you say that? Wait piku is step the butt. Yeah, pretty much. The game where you step the butt. I don't know what the game is, and the music is top tier. We only have 2 music. Oh, 3, sorry, 3 music. Yeah, step the butt. It's not the game's name, but it's what you do in the game. Was it Rush Attack? Shit, I don't remember. Rush Attack. Russian Attack? Rush Attack NES. Oh, Russian Attack. Wait, yeah, it's Russian Attack. The game where you step the butt. Yeah, Russian Attack. Like the sound. The sound is where you step the button. The game is also one of the hardest game. I cannot beat the game at all. That game control is fucked up. I could change the keybind because up is jump, right? Up is jump and then 2-button step, I think. You should check out Bionic Commando. Let me check. Bionic Commando. Ooh. 2009 video game. On Steam? Oh, it's a Steam game. That shit is one greatest ending to any NES game? NES? Oh, there it is. Bionic Commando NES, 1988 video game. Oh, I've never seen this before. The original Bionic Commando, yeah. Ooh, I have never seen the game before. Shit. I mean, I could do some bad things. It's a platforming shooter, but you don't have the jump button. It's physics, kinda? Instead, you have a grappling hook. So you cannot jump, you can only grapple. That's kinda cool. Wait, is this the bionic arm person? You know, the person in Marvel vs. Capcom 3 that just goes bionic arm, and then deals like half health, and then you can X cancel into another bionic arm to kill the team. Bionic arm. Probably Spencer, the name, I think. Let me check the wiki. Wasn't there like a wiki that I can check? Bionic Commando, originally released as... What? I'm not making this shit up. Originally released as a certain dictator's name's resurrection. Oh, Spencer. Okay, okay. No way! That's the first line of the Wikipedia. No way. Lad. Ladd. It's it's got no fucking way. Ain't no way. Oh my god. Oh hi Ixon. Oh my god, Tekken. Hi. Hi Tekken. Hi Tekken. Ixon cutie. Ixon is mega cute. Because you get to blowing the fuck up in the end. Oh hell yeah. Oh hell yeah. Wait, that's the best thing ever. I'm not cute. Lies. Ixon is cute. Very cute. Maybe we could check out more NES titles the next time I do this. Which I feel like I want to do one very soon. Why am I blind? No, Brian's not blind. I'm not cute, simply adorable. So Ixon is cute and adorable. Hmm. Look, my tail is wagging for it. Yeah. Don't dish if you can take it. Well, Ixon is cute though. I'm gonna look at Jackal. Let's look at Jackal. The next time, maybe I'll ask for some NES title suggestions. What? Alright, we finished Gradient. Hey! I've been milked off screen. Wow. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. Wow. Ooh. Where's my jack? Oh, there it is, Jackal. Best game. 1988. Wow. Your brothers in arms are hostages behind enemy lines, and you are the only Colonel Decker, Lieutenant Bob, Sergeant Quinn, Corporal Gray. Cool. I've been busy talking to cute kobolds. Is there any other kobolds out there? I'm so afraid to talk to people online, to be honest. I'm way too afraid. Also, this will just keep repeating. Hell yeah. I have two. The kobolds actually respawn now. I have skills too. What about my skills? Are my skills not worth following the mirror test with? Failing the mirror test. No, like. I don't know. Oh wait, do Brian have like Telegram? I mean, I usually talk to Brian on Discord. Okay, shut up, game, shut up. Done. I good. Okay, I know the story now, which I don't know. This battle will make your blood. What? Just Discord? I don't know an answer. And Bisky? Heck yeah, Bisky is good. I have a car! I'm drifting! Oh my god, I'm so good! Let's go. So this is Jackal. You have bomb. You have gun. That's all you need. You can auto fire them. And you can run people over. I'm not making this shit up. You can run people over in this game. Yeah. Don't shoot. Bam. And then you save people, you upgrade your bomb to rockets. Don't ask why, but hey, it works. Hui. This game is actually so fucking good though. Like every time I play this game, I enjoy it so much. And the music is actually top tier as well. Like fuck yeah. I'm a geek. Don't shoot. Why you shoot? Why you shoot? No, don't shoot. Oh. Do a flip. Hiya. I did a flip. Hiya. Oh, I can do a backflip. Hiya. That I don't know if that's a backflip. I don't think that's a backflip. Oh yeah, I don't know why this game is a problem. You know, you always get stuck like this. So this will be very detrimental in like the late game. So I need to remember this. You will be stuck if you do that, right? A very weird thing, but it is what it is. Upgraded rocket. I can now kill things with my smoke. Like check this, right? Using my smoke only. Bam. I destroyed the house with my smoke. This game is so wild, I love it. I can even do this. Here, smoke. That's heckin' strong smoke. What can I say? Even that works. So cool. Dang, like this is like This is like one of my favorite childhood games, this one. Man, it's so good. Don't do it! Smoke. I got milked. Hey! Ooh! I don't know why I went into it. Don't ask me why. Maybe because I got blinded by milk. That's why. I got blinded by milk. I got milked. Hey. Boop. So many boops. Oh my god. Yeah. Don't forget I have guns as well. Like that sounds so cool. Ding ding ding. I know there's a secret somewhere. Wasn't there like a secret somewhere? Oh, okay, yeah, I remember. I don't know what that does. I think that clears the area. Maybe. Hell yeah. Gun. Don't do it! What is this? This is called Jackal. You save people in a car and then you kill everything with rockets that with smoke, I think. You see? This game is way too fun, to be honest. Like I enjoy this game so much every time I play it. It's ridiculously hard now. Like you're gonna have like the utmost control for this game to like play this even. Like what is that, right? Okay, I can go through. I can go through this now. Okay. Got him. Easy. That's why I struggle so hard with games like this. Yeah, it's super fucking difficult, but I love it though. It's so fun. And this is like the best music in the game too. You might like Dragon Spirit, unless you already play it. I never heard of Dragon Spirit. But there's a dragon. Dragon Mansion? Neuron Activation? Dragon Spirit NES. Dragon Spirit, the new legend? Controls a dragon that must use fireballs to destroy various enemies in a vertical shooter similar to 1942, 1943, and Tiger Heli. Oh, it's like a Raiden kind of game. Oh, wait, that's pretty cool. Actual dragons. Shit. I don't mod this into a Link to the Past. Just please Link for an actual card. Hell yeah. Link as a card. I'll play it. Top-down shooter quite good. People say that it's underrated. I saw like a few Reddit posts like, yeah, the game's underrated. It's like, maybe. Because there's dragons in the game, it's gonna already be like 10 out of 10. And you get to play one, 11 out of 10. So it's like, yeah. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay. Also, you notice that I can shoot through my ass, right? Well, usually you cannot. The rocket shoots where you point, where you are facing, but this game also overrides where you shoot the moment you press the direction, so you can do like a very fast. Yeah, there. You can do a very fast shoot behind, or like shoot somewhere you want, and then still going the same way. So usually you see me do this. You see me like do this. This is very needed in this game, like very, very needed. Because you're gonna like, you're gonna keep going the same direction because you want to dodge the bullets and shit like that. So you're gonna need this a lot. There's no speed up upgrade in this game. This is the speed that you're gonna have throughout the whole game. I mean, I thought car would be faster, but I guess I was wrong. How many people are there? Come here, I shoot you. Eh, come on, you know, I told you it's gonna get stuck. It's stuck way too much. It's stupid. I see P3 underscore a player 3. I'm player 2. Hi Dinoforce. You get 30 people in one little jeep. Of course it's slow. Yeah, it's lives. I'm there. I got this. I got this. Okay. Upgrade. I have smoke now. Oh yeah, that's friendly. Oh, did you shoot? Oh! I didn't know that. Is there more? I'm dead! Oi! Okay. I feel like when I play NES titles, I scream a lot, which I will apologize. I can't help it. What? Right, that's the thing. It's just a natural thing with NES, it seems. Probably. The game is so tough. It requires the utmost execution. So I guess I'm not surprised. Ew. Ay. Faster, faster! Get in! Okay, that's all. Hey! Hey! Oh my god! This game, I swear to god. Oh! Oi! Did you just go through that? Eee. Oi! No sound? Okay. Oh, okay. 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 Oh, oi! dead. Go back. If I do this, I can kill one first. I have the feeling there's one more. Hi, bad gamer. Okay, what do I do here? Not allowed. Oi! 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 Okay, okay. No. No! I destroy this. Or not. Hey! Okay, okay. Oh! Oh my god. Yeah! Okay, 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 okay. Now, question. Do I save state? I already save state when I was playing Gradius. Also, hope you're doing good, bad gamer. I'm gonna save state, but it depends if I want to use it, right? God, the music is so good. Oh, like pretty much most of the NES titles have like such good music. Like seriously. Oi! I'm so scared, I'm so scared. I know. Yeah, I need to check every single corner slowly. Something. Okay. 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 Don't shoot rockets here. Unless I'm there. Okay, okay, okay. It's not about how much you save, it's about how much you load. True. I think I actually didn't load when I was playing Gradius, right? Only one time or two times? Sounds so good. Sounds like shiny. Oh, I don't want to look at that. There's gonna be something there I don't want to deal with it. Okay, okay, okay. Why I got booped? I got booped to death, help. Oh, it's Stazzy, hi. Oh, did someone get a doctor to charge the car? No, I'm inside the car. I think. Hi, Dazzy. Welcome, Dazzy. Oh yeah, I don't think I ever said this to you before, but Happy New Year, Dazzy. Oh. Something, nothing, something. Oi. Okay. Woohoo! Oh my god, my butt cheek is so clenched. Stop! Okay. Oh! What is that? Who shot that? Run. I don't know who shot that. Oh, oh, oh. Hey. Okay. Yeah, Happy New Year. Oh. And my butt cheek is never this clenched before, my god. Only when playing NES titles, I tell you. Okay. Can I not? Thank you. But man, do I just love NES titles sometimes? Childhood gums. Love them. Run over people. Because I'm a kobo. Oh, okay. Oh my god, they were waiting for me. Okay, it's my smoke to kill. Oh. I cannot believe I actually need like utmost execution playing this game. It's like I'm playing Tekken. Hello. Oh my god. Oh. Oh my god. I can't. Why is this game so scary? What's that? Because the pew pew from car. Oh, it's so good actually. It makes my butt cheek clenched, but it just says how fun this game is. Oh. Alright, quickly now, get in. And get to the chopper. That's a lot of people. Nice. That's actually a lot of people. I don't like the sound. Oh, it's a heavy... friendly. Oh my god. I'm so scared. Okay. Oh. What? There's something here? I love how strong the smoke is in this game. The smoke can kill. Oh! Oi! What is that? Oh no, my rocket! I'm back to this. Shitty bam. Shitty bam. Okay, chill. I regret. Wee, okay. I got greedy. Worked out. Okay, we good. Absolutely gaming. Loy! Okay, I'm so good. Oh my god. Why is this game so scary hard? Oh, love it. Okay. I'm safe scumming, but I don't know if I want to load still. I mean, I don't need to, I'm still winning. I'm now player 4. Also, yeah, water makes me slower. Sounds like I'm walking grass, but okay. I mean, it's cool how this car can go through water like this. Uh-oh, I don't think that's a good thing. Where'd you come from? Okay, it's all good. Actually went off screen just to snipe me. Oh, not now, my execution is not here anymore, help! Okay. I'm talking as if I'm playing Tekken. I don't think I beat this game before, like ever. Also, I just want to say for the record, this rocket, if the rocket is not upgraded, it kinda sucks. It doesn't go through walls. At least like the base bomb, they go through walls because we throw them. And being able to go through walls in this game is like so strong. It's slower, but hey, goes through wall. Like, the rocket is only good when it's upgraded like this a little bit. One more upgrade and it's really good. Has the most range and speed. Oh, friendly. Oh yeah, there's landmines. There. What is that? I don't like it. It shot something out. What is that? Am I not supposed to destroy that? Oh! Come back to my car. Okay. That is pure evil. I have no time to react to that. Come on, get in. So yeah, sometimes saving people will also get your bomb upgraded. Sometimes. What is this again? Oh, I don't like it. I don't like that. Oh my god. You were just aiming for me, okay. Oh my god. The goddamn bullet's so fast. Oh my god. I can't. Oh. Only when I'm playing NES games, you guys can hear me make a lot of weird noises, okay? I don't think I ever made these noises before. Oh my god. Okay. Oh. Jeez. Oh, fuck. Okay. Let's do another save. Done. Oh, my butt cheek is never this clenched before. This is crazy. Nice, a strong smoke. We love the smoke. Uh-oh. No, don't just run. Don't just run away. Oh, that was too far. Nice too. Okay, I'll go right side. Oh my god, I thought I was too fat. Hey! No! Oh my god! Okay, got him. Okay, maximum rocket. Very nice. I can cheese a little bit now by doing this. Also, like, something about NES games, right? Most of the game is where it's a one-tap death, right? I think this is the only game where the enemies are not immune to one-tap deaths as well. Like they also die from one hit most of the time, right? If not 2 hits, right? But most of the time it's one hit death. I'm dead. I'm so dead. I couldn't go back. It's okay, we still have 2 lives left. Don't do it. Thank you. Like, when I'm panicking, it's really hard to do this. Like, do this. And shoot from the butt. And shoot from the butt skill. Like, how much the game depends on this is actually kind of crazy. Oh, it's not long enough. It's okay, the bullet is not long enough as well. I think it's here. Oi! Oh my god, I can't aim. Help. Oi! Oi! Oh my god. Okay, I get the health back somehow. Okay, bait one there. Bait one there. No. Okay. 2. Okay. Can I not get this? You just... I saved someone! But I saved someone though! The helicopter just went away! What the fuck? I thought the dead! I saved someone! A game? Oh, this is dangerous. I'm just gonna keep going then. Yeah, the helicopter went away. What the heck? I guess the helicopter is like, lost cause. I'm not staying here anymore. I can imagine playing this game without an analog stick. Like, it's gonna help. It's gonna hurt so much towards the end, I feel like. Imagine using D-pad playing this game. Man, it hurts. Oh, I remember this. Oh, this is painful. Okay, wait. Don't do it. I'm dead. Oh! I need to destroy this. Oh my god! I got stuck for 10 years. Okay. Woohoo! Red bullet. Get baited. Hey! Oh, okay. Okay, got him. Wham! We made it! Oh, oh my god. This game's so fucking hard. I think this might be the last stage, question mark? Might be, I'm not too sure. But it's so fun though. I did. I lied. I never die. Oh, it's friendly. Oh. Really should. That's... Yeah. I'm definitely making so many weird noises. My god. I am so locked in. I don't think I'm so locked in when I'm playing Counter-Strike, but when I'm playing Jackal, it is the most locked in I've ever been. I am so locked in. What are you doing? I think there's one here. Yep. Ah, God. It's not far enough. Okay. Oh my god, that was almost far enough. Okay. Breathe. Everything is fine. How is this game more intense than Gradius? I don't get it. Maybe because I practiced Gradius a lot back then. I can shoot through it. Okay. Oh! Oh! Fuck! I still have 1 health left. Wait, it's a dead end. Oh, I got you baited. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god! Oh! Where are you from? Oh my god. Oh, this kid fucking me. Holy ah, what is that? Who are you? Oh, I can't. Oi! Ooh, oi, 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 oi! Oh my god! Oh my god, helicopter went away because I lost everyone! Again! I can't. I'm not even playing a horror game, like holy shit. What? No more health left. Oh my god. How far does the bullet even go? Holy shit. There we go. Can I get like a 1-up? 3D players? I just want a 1-up. Or 8UP as I used to say them. Why you just dodged my bomb? Okay. We got him. There has to be one more, right? Oh my god! Oh, I can't! Oh my god! One less health. What is this? Oh! Ooh, double kill. Love that. What am I looking at? Can I just like ignore these? Ah, I knew it. I was like, the turrets be up there, right? Oh! Oh, oh my god! Oh fuck! This game brings out everything in me. Holy shit! Okay, we got 1-up. We got 1-up. Okay. What is that? What is that? What is that? What is that? I don't like it. Oh, it's a rocket launcher. I messed up. Destroy that. It's not far enough. That was way too close. Okay, am I close to the end? It has to be, right? I mean, look at this. No. Okay. Oh, how the fuck? Oh, the angle is perfect. This is bad. Both shoot down. Both shoot down. Oh, I messed up. Oh, too many bullets. They don't shoot anymore. Yeah. Okay. This is so evil. What did I do? What did I do? Oh my god. Okay. Yo, that's like the best I could do. Yep. Hi, Dragon Colony. Yeah. Got him easy. Struggling? Never. Okay. Okay, so this one is homing bullet, which is very bad. Let me despawn them. I think I could rush this one in. The red bullet I cannot because red bullet is a little bit faster. Last health. No more health. No more health. You cannot see me, you cannot see me. Fuck you! Ah! Oh my god, Go back. I cannot go back anymore. Ay! Oh, okay. Oh. Oh. Do I have to go through this if I lose? I have to go through this stage again. I'm saving on the 5th one. Oh my god. Yip for us. Also, hi, how are you?
You want yip, you get yip. Because I yip. Kobo's yip. I'm not yipping though. I'm making so many weird noises other than yipping, to be honest. But hey, yip. Yip? Is this?
Yip. 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 Yip.
Okay, okay. Chicken nugget. Oh, okay. Yep. Oh. No. Ooh. Oh. 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 I never seen this before. Oh my god. Oh shit! Is that it? Destroy this. Okay, okay. Destroy the headquarters. Destroy the headquarters. Am I doing it right? I mean, the sound suggests that I'm doing it right. Yep. Oh, yep. Is it first try? Yeah, what the fuck? Sorry. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh. There's no fucking way, brother. There's no fucking way. I got you baited again. Oh, fuck. Okay, 4 health playing through this, I might be okay. Oh my god, yep. Alright, we good. I just have to go through this stage again. You know, couple think it's fine, yep. Oh, friendly.
This is to be yipping on the panic with common voices 100%. Well, at least I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. The genuine fear that I felt during that one. I thought I'm just supposed to destroy the headquarters and I got hit by a flamethrower tank. Brother, who has that shit? I don't know. Oh man, that was wild. Alright, let's keep going. Oh. Oh my! Yo. Oh my god! I'm getting lightheaded from that. That shit was crazy. Uh-oh. Oh, being bullet. I got him. How far to shoot? And not that far. I think there has to be another one. Hmm? Hey, thank you for the follow, Dragon Colony. I'm Dragon. Thank you. What? Okay, there we go. Chin spray chicken. There's one good thing about this bomb right here. I can go through walls. So yeah. Also, I never mentioned how hard this game is. So usually the gun shoots outwards only, right? Only. And this bomb throws to wherever you are facing, right? So you might question, the fuck is that, right? So this is when I do like an instant switcheroo to the side. So I press left and bomb at the same time. It does that, right? So you notice that during when I'm panicking, I keep throwing this wrong way. It's hard to do. It's really hard to do. Like I can do it without panicking, but when there's so many things happening, it's so difficult. Dark Souls hard? Man, I think this game makes Dark Souls look like a baby. Or like most NES titles just makes Dark Souls looks like so easy. What? Okay, I'm not gonna go there anymore. There's gonna be helicopters here, right? Deal with this first. Oh, okay. Oi, what the Oh my god, what the fuck is wrong with you? Is the helicopter gonna keep... Yeah, the helicopter is gonna keep coming in! Can I save people? Okay, yeah, we finished, Right, your asshat. Oh, friendly. Oh my god. Okay. We got maximum rocket. If we die, we lose it forever. Because there's no upgrades in this place. Oh. Look at that, easy.
I don't care what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better
Shall we
be
leave
for
Yippin
the
again?
next 2 minutes.
There.
There it is. Are you a Jeep or a bus? Because what the fuck was on them on your Jeep? I'm a Jeep. I think. Maybe. Probably. Yep. No, I'm a Jeep that can take 30 people. Which I think is pretty normal. What the... Oh! We good? You asshat. There we go. Oh, idiot. Okay. Okay, don't. Aha. Don't trigger those. I think that there's something out there, so I don't want. What the fuck? We almost kissed. That's almost action-packed. Yep. Oh, okay. This is easy. Check this out. Look at that. Smoke OP. We love that. Look at that. Hell yeah. Okay. Why? Okay. We get. I think there's one more homing missile. Oh my god. There we go. Okay, perfect. Bam. Look at that. Smoke OP. I was doing it without smoke too. Holy shit. Yep. Yep.
Oh my god, what the fuck, Cobalt voice is the best. Oh my god, it's adorable. Hey, I'll take it. can cheese this one out. Just do this. There we go. Hi, Brecky. Yep. Yep, Brecky. Yep. Okay, we're good. Oh. Okay. I can save here, right? But I'm not gonna load. I'm just gonna save. Just in case. Just in case. This is like the best case scenario. No deaths. Maximum rocket. And I think the boss is here, question mark? Hope you're doing good, Brecky. Thank you. Oh yeah, that's the boss, alright. Oh my god, the speed on that thing is crazy! Okay, we have the dead angle here. Just be careful. Ah! Okay. Oh! Don't throw it that way. Oh! Ay-yoy! Okay. Destroy the home. And then there's gonna be another one. Oh my god. Okay, okay. Alright. Watch me. I'm winning this right now. Yeah. Oh! I still have a chance, I still have a chance. Oh! Holy! Holy! You just did it twice! Okay, we have a chance, we have a chance. Okay, okay. Oh! Oh my god! Okay, okay. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Holy! This bitch is doing random shit now. No way, dude. No way. I have to load that. I don't want to go through the entire. I don't want to go through the entirety of stage 6 again. I don't want it. Okay, one more. All right. Until the continue exhausted, I'll keep trying. All right. For this one. If the continue exhausted, I'll load the save. Hi, Sandik. Welcome. I got this. And don't be scared. There's nothing to be. Oh, friendly. Okay, nothing to be scared. It's fine. Am I bullying anyone? I'm the one that's getting bullied. Man, that was the best case scenario too. No deaths. Maximum rocket. Yeah, I did. I just didn't want to like load too much until the continue is. I know the continue will get exhausted. So once the continue is exhausted, then I'll load save. Yeah, I want to have like a first genuine experience of this game. You know, which is like tough as fuck, and the punishment is like crazy. That's long enough. Got him. Man, I'm actually getting so good at doing even diagonals ones now. Look at that. Actually learning the execution. I cannot believe it. Get ran over. Whoa, double? 1 bomb, 2 kill? Okay, we good. Am I dead? Nope, okay. Oh! Oh! I was ready. You can do it again? Okay, I think that's everyone? Okay. Okay, feels good, feels good. Is this maximum? Oh my god, it is, okay. Okay. Yeet! Oh, okay. You know, sometimes I don't know how much, like, what if I'm swearing, accidentally swearing in another language? You know, with the amount of weird noises I'm making. What if I summon a dragon or demon somehow? Is that even possible? Wowee! Oh. It's summoning a demon in random gibberish. Okay. We good, we good. Oh. Aha, the car is stuck. Man, this game came out in 1998 and 1988. It's so much fun. I was not even here in this world yet, and then the world is already making such a banger of a game. Crazy to think about. Banger of a game. What the? Oh, hiya. Okay. This one more, this one more. We got him. Okay, okay, okay. Easy, easy. Nice, nice, nice. And then the homing bullet one. That was actually perfect. I'll take it. Okay. Okay. I don't need to save. I already saved the similar spot, so we're good. I want to bait out as much enemy first before going to the boss. Alright, here we go. Nice. I can't. Okay. 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 I'm spamming. Okay. D. Okay. Oh my god, there's no way to know. There's no way to react to that shit. Okay, we still have a chance. There's no fucking way. Oh my god. Ooh. My neck feels like a giraffe. I never been this locked in before. Oh my god, it's actually just random chance. I hate it. Come on! Come on! Let's go! Who needs save state, bitch? Is that it? Please tell me that's it. That has to be it. Well done! Your mission accomplished! Let's go! Mission accomplished, baby! That was sick. Not doing it deathless? No. No way. Nah. Look, this is a game I never beat before, and I beat it now. I think that's good enough. Holy shit, imagine doing it deathless. Oh no. No. Oh, it's a Japanese game. Yeah, it's all Japanese developers. Well, it's called Jacko USA though. Press start key. I'm back again. I'm back again. Wow. See, the first stage is so nice. You have so many movements. You don't need to be afraid of every single corner. Alright. You can just like run people over and suffer no consequence. Don't quote me on that. Actually, don't quote me on that. Holy shit. In game, alright, in game. Okay, in game. I still can't believe I actually beat it without using save state. I think if I remember correctly, the last time I played this game, I think I gave up at the second boss. Sorry, the last boss, second phase. I think I gave up after that. Like once I get destroyed by it, like multiple times, like nah, I'm done. I think I remember that's what happened. Might be wrong though. Oh yeah, that's Shackle. The game is fun as hell. Music is actually really good as well. Hell yeah. Like 1988. None of my sisters are even born yet. Like I know I'm the youngest one, but 1988, even my elder sister is not in this world yet. Crazy. Hi, Aquaborg. Welcome. Oh. Okay, we did this, and then we did Gradius 2. Let me check something. I mean, that's also the best game of all time, right? The best game of all time. Alright, let's do doubles and level 5. Let's go. Oh! I got this, teammate. Let's go. You and me. Hiya! Hiya! Okay, maybe not. My teammate's sleeping! Oh wait, that's not... my teammate's sleeping because it's supposed to be a 2-player game. Okay, I guess I gotta do singles. I'm gonna do the 150k redeem, gonna save those points now. There are multiple people wanting to redeem that. I'll try my best to do it, of course. I'll open it up once I'm ready to take on another one. I need to finish up the sniffer one first before I can open it up and do the next one. What's level 3 like? Boop, boop. Nah, I'm lobbing. Smack it. Oh no! Catch it! No, you bitch! Why would you catch it? You won't? Oh, 10 streams straight. Thank you, Uncle. You fuck. What? What? Are you serious, who? I can't. What is this game? Oh, double fold? You won't? Double fold? Come on, give it to me. Oh, you pulls. Hiya! 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 Okay. Hiya! Woo! It went through my racket. Hiya! Hiya! Oh! That was clean, that was clean, that was so clean. Hiya! Hiya! I was too close to net. Wait, this could be the strat. Return 1. Yo, that was clean. That was so clean. Hey, I'm getting this game now? Holy shit. Oh! Okay, I lied. I didn't get this game. Oh! Double fall? Give it to me. You know you want the deuce. Nope. Oh! Hey! We have a chance. Brother, what are you doing? How do you even control that? Oh! You won't. Double full. Bruh, I can't. Just go through my racket. Catch it, catch it, catch it, catch it. Why won't you catch it? You were intentionally walking like a snail. I can't. Every ball is out. Oh, oi. I can't. Shut the fuck up, game. Oh my god. Yeah, the best game ever, I know, right? Yeah, I think that this might conclude our NES nostalgia lane for a little bit, right? Of course, I do want to play more of NES titles in the future, definitely in the near future, right? So I think if there's any like suggestions that you want me to play, that any NES titles that you want me to play, you can, you know, my Discord channel has the suggestion channel where you guys can sort of, you know, tell me what to play or something like that, and I'll decide if I want to play or not, right? I think for now, I'm going to let's play some County Strike. Why not? Yeah, it's been a while. I want to play some County Strike. So let me change the title real quick then. Also, let me hide. I need to hide this one. I'm in my cave now. This is actually what I'm looking at, right? This is a screen, and I cut it into like this so that I can do it here. You know, it looks a little bit different here. Look at that. Heck yeah. We're gonna play Counter-Strike. I've been obsessed with Counter-Strike for some reason. I don't know why. But yeah, I like... Look. I don't know why, but Counter-Strike's so fun though. I have gun. Like, guns so fun. Oh my god, I love guns. Don't call me on that again. I mean, loving guns is pretty normal, I feel like. And guns is pretty cool. Although I never really touched a gun before. Not that I want to. Dangerous stuff, I'm telling you. Alright, what title are we doing? Memory lane done. Now for guns. Ooh, no. I'm not about that. I'm not about that, alright? Counter-Strike. Let's go, Counter-Strike. So, oh yeah, if I'm playing Counter-Strike, I cannot be 3D. Ah, drat. I have to become flat. Shit, I didn't think about that. Well, if I'm playing Counter-Strike, I need to open up music then. Give me a second. Give me multiple seconds, actually. What do I want to listen? I mean, I would listen to Dragon Force, but I don't want to get my channel destroyed. I mean, Pokemon Jazz is nice. It's been a while. Yeah. This is usually what I listen to when I play Counter-Strike. So people say that I'm a weird fuck for doing that, but I like it. I feel like listening to this makes me able to focus a little bit more when playing Counter-Strike, to be honest, so I'll take it. And let me become flat real quick. Look at me doing all the things on screen. Wow. Professional right here. All right, I'm gonna become flat now. There's no more 3D kobo. All right, so there's some redeems that's gonna get disabled. Wait. While there's 2 kobos on the screen, I'm gonna disable some redeems. Actually, I should not be doing this on. You know what? I'm gonna hide it. I'm gonna hide my screen. Why not? Right, there's 2 kobos on screen now. Don't worry about it. Let me do this real quick, and we'll be good. So yeah, I think chin screech works. Oh yeah, the screech and everything still works. It's just the 3D stuff doesn't work anymore. Yeah, y'all better boop quickly. There will be no boop. I mean, there will still be boop, but you cannot boop many. Okay. Oh yeah, milk doesn't work. Boop many doesn't work. Falling stuff doesn't work. Spin doesn't work. Ouch doesn't work. Really pet doesn't work. This one doesn't work. Oh, did I pause this? Oh, oops. Oh, I paused Get That Die because I wasn't doing good. I wasn't feeling well. Well, now I can, so. Hypnosis doesn't work. And maximum jank. There we go. Tyra found the gun? Oh yeah, well, thanks for the 10 stream streak, a couple. I think I missed that one. And boop. And then I'll close this. Uh-oh. There's only 1 cobalt left. Meh. Done. I have a gun now. Oh my god, County Strike! Actually, I kinda want to listen to Pokemon Lo-Fi instead. This one. Oh, this one is a live stream? Wow. I can shoot guns again. Oh yeah, I also downloaded a few replays. I kind of want to check them out for a little bit. I forgot about it last night. I was about to look at the replay because I was suspecting a few people actually wall hacking. So I downloaded the replay just to check if they are. Nice splash screen, by the way. The splash screen looks delicious. Hi, Hurst. I'm here to drop some tasty rocks on my dear. Oh, can I have rocks? I kinda wanna buy them. Can I do? Sorry, not this one. I wanna do. Can I do trade up? I'm just gonna. How many do I have? That's 10. This is a Contra. I'm not playing Contra anymore. I'm playing Contra if it sucks. A contra if it's too real. Hi, Zeus Pop. I offer a taster of my dear friend. Kobo fam share. I'll take it. Let me nom on them. I gotta chomp on them. I need a sound bite. I need a soundboard with just like a very crunchy sound. Whenever someone offers me a rock, I can play that sound. It's like, oh yeah. Are all those skins for the same case? Honestly, I have no idea. I don't even know how I got the skins. It's probably like the weekly box, question mark? I never really open up boxes. I just sell boxes for money. This is how much I got from selling boxes. 29.82 cents. So 29 ringgit. If they are, they upgrade into the same case. Oh! Wait, that's kinda cool. Oh! I want it. Proceed. Is this good? Inspect. There's no dragons on it. Wear rating 0.23? That's good, right? I don't know. I have no idea. Clear model. It just looks like a black gun. What do you mean? Oh, first person. Okay lah. Okay lah. It's fine lah, right? I mean, gun. The steel has died. Well, yeah, but can I spin the model? I guess I have to play shotgun now. I have to play shotgun now. I need to play into my loadout. Shotgun. I'm changing. MP9. I'm changing out the oop. Oh yeah, I never showed. I never told you guys, but I have downloaded 2 workshop maps. I have been tryharding a little bit. I cannot believe I'm actually going through aim training and recall your master. It kind of helps. But I'm not actually tryharding though. I'm so lazy. I don't wanna. I just want to play the game. So I only spent about like 5 minutes there. It's like, ugh, and I just walk away. And I just walk away. It's like, I don't want to do it anymore. I just want to go out there and shoot real. Let me rephrase that. I just want to go out there and play Counter-Strike and shoot against real players. I think that sounds much better. Way better than what I was about to say, yeah? Yeah. Oh my god. Sometimes you can get rare skins for cheap if you find enough from the same case. But to open the case I need 11 ringgit though. That's like a lot. About like a meal's... No. No, shoot real people. No. In market. With a camera. There. With a camera. I sense much lies. You'll be right. I couldn't... Like, I saw some people saying that, oh, you could try out the recoil master and aim training in CS2 to better your aim a little bit. I was like, oh, cool. And then I go into the map and I was like, no, I have to put effort in it. I have to put effort in it. Oh no! And then I just like sort of try for 5 minutes, like and just walk away. I can't. Too hard. I can't. I want to play just these 3 maps, I guess. How is my Adobe Silver 4? How the heck? Oh, I have no map at vertical. I have no rank at vertical. Oh, it expired. The vertical is kind of hard though. If you find 10 purples from the same case for less than a red, you can upgrade to it. So 10 purples from the same case for less than a red, you can. So I can upgrade. I can exchange 10 purples into a red. Huh. But then that's like at least 10 cases that needs to be opened. And that's like 110 ringgit. If the purple are cheap, it's worth. Oh, I see. Yeah. Some skins have like different pricing. Yep. Did I access the market? I do. Yeah, I do. I bought a few skins from market, especially this one. Check this out. Dragon. Oh my god, dragon. I mean, you cannot see shit from here. You just see, ooh, red gun. But dragon. I bought a few actually, and most of the skins I bought are like less than 10 cents. Especially the hairdryer. Where's my hairdryer? This one. This hairdryer for some reason only costs about 2 cents or 3. I don't even know what this is, but it looks shiny, and I want it. And it looks like flour, and I like flour, especially shiny. Looks shiny. 2 cents, 3 cents. I bought it. Love my hairdryer. There are a few ones that I bought as well. Negib. Sorry, Negib. This one is pretty cool. My favorite gun is for Negib. Negib. And the expensive skins in like 2017. Yo, 2017. Damn, I wasn't even playing Counter-Strike. I only started playing Counter-Strike about last year, November. Yeah, I don't know why I suddenly got super obsessed with the game. I had no idea why. I just suddenly be like, ooh, gun, fun, and then I started playing it. I mean, I will partially blame my mid-school friends. They sort of brought me into it. It's fun though, don't get me wrong, I like it. Game's fun. So let's play Vertigo. Don't think I want to play Ancient. No, I'll only play these 3 maps for now. We do solo queue. I'm not even gonna... Oh wait. Sorry, what's the game? Communication. I am going to... show only friends, and yes, clean names. You know, so that I don't want to get banned. Alright, here we go. I don't know if they changed the... Because the recent update has like the huge ragdoll effect. When you shoot someone and then they dead. And then they just fly around for a little bit. It's so fucking funny. I hope they don't patch that out. That shit is like the funniest thing ever. Like an AK death could literally send people to the sky. A good old ragdoll physics. What can I say? Ragdoll physics always makes me laugh. I love ragdoll physics. Honestly, there's still so many stickers from last year that I haven't... I don't know where to put them. Like I have a few good dragon ones. Then I store them here, which I still haven't like. I don't know where to stick them. I'm just gonna put this away. Actually, I'll put it here for now. And usually I feel like the matchmaking takes like 3 minutes. No, nowadays. Don't know why it would take 3 minutes. Like the game is like a lot of people playing it, right? About top 10? Top 10 most player playing? I might be wrong though, I don't know. Wait, why do we have 5 of the same sticker? Wait, what? Oh, it's for Mocha. Oh my god. 5 same stickers, I cannot believe it. Oh. Banana? I just need more dragon stickers. Like the lack of dragons in Firm 2024 or just in Firm in general is concerning. Like how is there not a lot more dragons out there? Right? I want dragons, man. I want more dragons. There are a few, and I tried to take pictures with them as well. It's like, yeah, fun times. Deuce. I kinda like Inferno a little bit though, because Banan. That's a whole gesture myself. I'm Dragon. I mean, his is Dragon. Wait, you're not a kobold? Dragon Rock Kobold by Pete Dragon. Close enough. Close enough. Okay, his to me is now a dragon. I don't know anything about Dragon Rock Kobold, but hey, dragon. Do we buy anything? No, we don't need to. That's Silver Tree, right? I'm so good. Time to die. Where are we going, boss? Rush. Chie? I love how we're running and then someone said 2A. It's like, no, too late, bruh. Ooh. Someone got Zeused. Did I shoot one? I did 9 damage. That's pretty good. 9 damage. Hair dryer. I don't think they're gonna snipe that early, but I'm just gonna buy a smoke just in case. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, I saw someone. They rushed back to A. Hey yo, I'm rushing up. Nice too. Oh, I'm lagging. Is MP9 better? I don't know. I like my hair dryer. It's shiny, like that. Shiny hair dryer. I think it's time to smoke mid. You know, just in case they started scouting. You know how to throw it? No, they don't. I'm throwing it again. That's not how you throw it. God damn it. People, what's with the misconception of like stopping at this place instead of here? Don't see anyone else there. Hey, this one is great. Were they rushing mid? Damn, my teammate's cracked. Explosion! TT. Jumping gun. Is that Deagle? They're silver. I don't believe in their aim. I don't believe in their aim. It's so mean. I mean, I suck too. Look at my damage. I'm so good. Hell yeah, 73 damage. We take a good 73 damage. See if Yellow throws that again. I'm gonna throw it. Look, that's mine, that's mine. I think we can keep going like low A. Oh, everyone's throwing the same spot. Oops. That flash does nothing. No way. Yo, nice. Shotgun A short? Holy shit. Nah, you need to like Yo, nice! Our team is popping off. I did get a 300. You know, sometimes I just feel like there's not enough dragons. Actually, I feel that all the time. Don't throw it like that. What the fuck are you doing? Alright, this smoke is gonna kill us. Watch this now. Watch this. Oh, they were using a rifle. Holy shit. Let me get the bam. Scout through door. Thanks. Ganla, no smoke. Oh, I didn't think they're gonna stop here. To be fair, I was very loud. I'm a Durgan as well, makes unintentional cute raw. Good. Good. A cute Ra is what Kobo needs. I don't know. Shotgun maybe? Are they creeping already? Wow, cool. Not surprised. Why are you rushing? Why are you rushing? Aye! The shotgun is too hard. I cannot do shotgun. I'm not metal. I cannot do shotgun. Oh, they have a smoke classroom? I should have smoked. Like this area right here should have smoked. Yeah, purple dropped the bomb at A long, so this is gonna be what? Nice. At the pit, I didn't even see them. Go help! Oh my god, what are you doing? They tried. I have money. Do I try AK? I'm really not feeling AK. I'm scared. I'm gonna try. Just once and see how I feel. Alright, I'm gonna smoke and then I'm gonna go B. Lie to them. I think I want that. I'll check A long. People are gonna rush and I feel like. I fucking can't. Who told me to use AK? God damn it. Ayo. This is the true silver experience. I love it. Because I am very silver as well. Ooh. Damn, MP7 OP. Alright, no more AK, just Gali AR. I think I'll feel more comfortable with Gali AR actually. Oh, MP5 first. Let's try MP5. Someone really likes to rush. I anticipated the rush too, but I just had bad aim. Shotgun? Wow, B shotgun is popping off. And someone killed themselves. Oh my god, they were blending in with the background, man. Let me make the screen brighter. There. Nice Mac 10 skin, look at that. Oh, there's a shotgun, you almost died. A bomb dropped at all the way to B. Yo, nice. Heard that. Mark 10 hairdryer popping off. Interesting smokes and fire. Oh, this guy's good. They know what they're doing. Oh, the flash room? Another one? No, this smoke. Oh, two here. That's too far. Shotgun? Oh my god. Yo, yeah. They're using AK, that's tough. Okay, what do I do? I should be able to do better. Way better than this. Is that our smoke? Why would you smoke there? No way, man! I suck so bad. I couldn't even kill when they were when they got unaware. No way! I'm actually so fucking bad. I can't. Oh no. Yeah, I feel like I really am just not performing this match. Maybe I should use some easier guns. I mean, Gali Air is like so easy already. What else is easy? I mean, Negev is pretty easy. I don't care about like difficulty saying that it's 4-star. It's not. It's 1-star.
Guys, I tell you, we kill them all.
Nah, I have to Gali. I'm seriously and just not performing here. It's really bad. Okay, all I need to do is don't panic. Yeah, they're gonna rush out the smoke. Watch this. No. Oh, all hell broke loose. Oh, I got a kill. I'll take it. It was an assist. I just took the last hit. Yeah, the team, their team always says like one that keeps rushing in. There was someone there. Interesting flash. Why do you hear someone behind? Aye! They were running and shooting. Cannot believe it. Hey, I'm not the worst anymore. Let's go. Wait, I'll take that AK. I believe in my AK thing. I don't know. Am I good? No, I'm not. I'm just gonna say straight up, no, I'm not. That is just a random throw, buddy. What are you doing? What is that flash? Someone's in our base just now, was it? P90 lost. If P90 won against a like an auto sniper, I think. Behind. Guess they're not wearing headphones. Ooh, MP7 is OP, brother. Yeah, I had a feeling. I legit had a feeling that there's going to be like a AWP over there, and I cannot believe my hunch was right. I don't want to say anything too, because what if I'm wrong, you know? I don't think they're gonna rush, question mark? I'm gonna bet on it. Alright, a long bam. We love that. Yeet. Yeah, they're not there. Looks like they're still at the base. Oh, get fucked! Damn, I'm using wall hacks and aim hacks and every hack that I'm using. Holy shit! That shot was fucking bonkers, man. That shot, oof. That was peak. Alright, time to bring out the niggy.
Remember, this isn't the killer house anymore. Flashbang.
Niggy.
Throwing smoke. Throwing fire. Incendiary out.
Oh! What? Oh, that was a nice flash.
Grenade out. Grenade out. Laying down smoke.
One here, I feel like. You know, hiding here? Oh? Yo. Wait, I did damage to them. Nice negative. I didn't even shoot a shot. I didn't even shoot one shot. Okay, this time I'm not gonna throw bombs. I'm just gonna go in with the gun. And hopefully kill someone there.
Move it, son. Flashbang. Smoke. Incendiary. Deploying flashbang. Throwing a grenade.
Wow. They're rushing.
Grenade.
Oh! Mobile. Couldn't track them. Nice. Oh. Yeah, no bullet. Oh, that's tough. That's tough. That's tough. Maybe rushing with Negev is a bad idea. Should just try to defend. Actually, no. Let me try Farmers. No, I don't trust my farmers right now.
Fellas are gonna regret waking up this morning. Flashbang. Laying down smoke. Throwing fire.
No one's here.
Grenade out.
Fair enough.
Grenade out.
Oh, can Negev bullet not go through the... Cannot wallbang
Smoke.
with Negev? I thought Negev bullets is strong enough. Oh, that's tough, that's tough, that's tough. They're using AUG. The one time that I'm not going A long, they went A long. Can I believe it?
Let's make this right as rain. Throwing smoke. Incendiary out. Throwing a grenade. Grenade.
Oh, fair enough. I didn't smoke there. Wait, how are you here? How did I get killed then? Wait, if you're here, I got killed still. Woo? Wait, I'm so confused. Oh, what a kill. From back and from front. Poor guy taking it both sides. Purple defuse. Door. Are they not wearing headphones? Oh. Okay, be careful with my positioning.
For Queen countrymen. Smoke.
AWP already?
Throwing a grenade. Grenade out. Grenade out.
No, let's look at A short.
Throwing flashbang.
Are they just always going B now?
Throwing smoke.
I'm checking A just in case. I don't think the bomb leaked.
Throwing fire.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
Laying down smoke.
That's why I hit for a little bit. It's like, I feel like someone's there. I feel like someone's there. And I still rushed. Ah, crap. I need to have more patience. Okay, first things first, more patience, alright? Before anything, I need to have more patience. Because I'm playing as counter-terrorist, I'm supposed to have more patience. I need to stay in one spot and not move and defend. So let's try that.
Move it, son. Laying down smoke.
What's that smoke?
Incendiary. Incendiary out. Throwing fire. Throwing a grenade. Grenade out.
Ooh. Double headshot? Oh. Is MP7 that good?
Throwing flashbang.
Interesting choice, but I respect that. Ooh, nice! Goddamn! Fearless, just rushing in with the PPP Jong.
Let's go. Flashbang. Smoke. Throwing fire.
Don't forget to moisturize. Oh, my bad. I will moisturize after.
Grenade.
Okay, checking here. Then I'll go along then.
Throwing smoke. Incendiary out. Flashbang.
They were at B just now, right? Why are you like this? Oh my god! I can't play this game sometimes! Oh, fuck me. Oh, then. Oh, that's a tilter. That's a tilter. That's an actual tilter. Okay, breathe. It's fine. Look, shit happens. Alright. But man, that was way too shit. Oh fuck, that feels like that feels like actual fuck. Oh wow. Alright, recover from that. It's fine. When did they suddenly disconnect? Yeah, I'm actually being hard carried here. Like most of the time I feel like when I play this game, it's like I'm the only silver here. Everyone is like way better than I am. Am I actually silver though? I feel like I'm more like copper or bronze or iron or aluminium. You know, or just plain metal. I don't know. I could just be plain metal. Alright, I'm not buying anything. Fuck it. Yeah, that round was a huge tilter.
Move it. Move it.
Hate that shit. Oh. I didn't shot enemy purple once? Crazy.
Grenade out. Laying down smoke.
Oh, this guy wear headphones. Unfortunate. Can't help. 4 health. Oh my god. Unfortunate. This is another tilter. Another tilter. I feel like I can do way better than this though.
Throwing smoke. Laying down smoke. Grenade. Grenade out. Grenade. Smoke. Throwing fire.
Fair enough. Yeah, I was totally bad this round. Aw. I feel like I can do better than this though. Shit. I mean, I should be able to do better than this. Also, I did moisturize. Thank you. I'm also moisturizing with Shandy for some reason. Don't be like me. Moisturizing... Shandy is not really moisturizing, but it just tastes good. And it's almost Chinese New Year too. We are having a lot of like Chinese New Year pastries going on. Also, give me a second. I'm gonna get my phone real quick. I'm back. And also I just realized like the enemy team seem to know a lot of like good angles, question mark? I mean I just couldn't shoot them. It's tough. It's tough. And then
Let's roll.
Look at me replying to Telegram on stream. There we go. I'm done replying. Fire! Oh my god, fire!
Remember, this is bandit country. Shoot everything that moves.
How's everyone's rank? I didn't see. Yikes. I don't think they're gonna rush B, right? I mean, I'm gonna try anyway.
Remember, this isn't the killing house anymore. This is real life.
I want to explode. Explode. Hiya! I sure. Oh my god, everyone went B. Don't shift. Ooh, what a shot.
Bomb has been planted.
Ooh. Ooh. No more bullet. You better change your gun. You better change your gun. Oh yeah, the generator is on deck. A teen. Huh? Sorry, I don't know what the last one is. 07? 007 General Waddles. Hi.
Let's move out.
Welcome, welcome.
Grenade out.
Are they just rushing in? Jesus. through the pillars.
Bomb has been planted.
Oh, brother.
Terrorists win.
It's just a funny way to vocalize attention. Oh, wait, so that's a 10. Huh? Hmm?
Let's go, fellas.
Actually, no, I'll just get like this one and a defuse kit and I'll go protect A.
Incendiary out. Throwing a grenade.
That's a molly. Oh my god! The way that you are taught to sound it out in the military is more like a 10 hood to reduce strain on your vocal cords when shouting commands. Oh, I mean, shun. Yeah, I mean, That's fair, that's fair. Yo, PP Bison with a crouching shot? Interesting choice.
Terrorists win.
Yikes. Getting washed. Oh, refrag. Okay. They always go A top. Nice. Yo. Ooh. Hey, got an assist. They're probably apartments. Or not. Did they just running shoot headshot? No way!
Using the bomb.
Running and shooting headshot with a M4A1. Cool beans. That was crazy.
Now we're really laying into them. Move it, son. Smoke. Deploying flashbang.
I can play better than this.
Grenade out.
Okay, so I already checked apartments.
Throwing smoke.
Smoke now? Looks like OB. Damn, through the wall. I should have gone Gali AR. Gali AR. How am I not the worst?
Come on, chop, chop. Smoke. Throwing flashbang. Laying down smoke. Throwing a grenade. Incendiary.
They come up, I shoot.
Flashbang. Grenade out.
That was lucky. Everyone's just here. I look at the mini map, so everyone is here. Wow. Are we playing Smash Brothers? Huh? Smash Bros? Now that I think about it, I never went to military because of my body condition. I got like I was supposed to go to the military to train for like 3 years, I think, or wait, was it 3 years? I don't remember. No, not 3 years. 10 months. I think it was 10 months. 10 months. But because of my body condition, I cannot attend. Like I got sent back because I have diabetes. So they just like, no, we cannot. Oh. No! Let's get the fuck out of me, man. Left. Damn. What a AWP. Where's that AUG?
Let's give it to them, boys. Throwing a grenade. Throwing fire. Laying down smoke.
Do I have that reaction?
Throwing flashbang. Smoke. Grenade. Grenade out.
Don't think they're gonna come from there anymore. Oh shit. Oh shit! Damn, wait, maybe AUG is not bad. I feel like if I don't use scope, on AUG, it's gonna be so bouncy when I shoot them. But also look at my AUG. Sneak. I have a sneak AUG.
Throwing smoke.
I'm gonna switch sides now and they're not gonna stay in the same place.
Grenade. Deploying flashbang.
I'll throw smoke deep inside, I just want to confuse them.
Flashbang. Incendiary out. Smoke.
Checking. Not moving. Don't trigger my ADHD now. I'm looking, Orange, what are you doing? Bomb dropped. Damn, AUG is the GOAT. Look at this sneak. Am I having a ritual dance or something? Oh. No way they're there. No shot. I'm the MVP? Oh my god. Maybe AUG is really fucking good. Maybe that's why it's so expensive too.
Throwing smoke. Throwing fire. Deploying flashbang. Laying down smoke. Throwing flashbang.
Oh. Apartment died one. I'm checking minimap while I'm trying to hold this spot. Not a good habit, but I cannot help it. Yeah, apartment is safe. Look at purple. Yeah, they're gonna do it slow. Bomb is probably gonna be A now, biggest bomb dropped. I'm not too sure what angle I can hold though. Did I took the bomb? Look at that. 1, 2, 3 in Chinese. 1, 2, 3. See, I can teach Chinese a little bit.
Move it, move it.
I need a gun emote on my own as well.
Throwing smoke. Smoke.
Smoke.
Out. Throwing a grenade. Deploying flashbang.
Smoke. Orange is checking the apartments, okay.
Throwing fire.
Oh, okay. I'm dead.
Throwing fire.
Yeah, they saw me.
Flashbang.
Yeah, there's no chance. I heard someone from the right as well, but I don't know what to do. Yo! That head, that head is just showing. Oh, okay. I lost my snake AUG. Oh. Shoot him! Shoot him! Yeah, it looks like that angle is not that good. They could just play with that.
Move. Grenade. Laying down smoke. Flashbang. Incendiary.
Through the wall. Fire on top?
Throwing flashbang.
Flash on top?
Laying down smoke.
Yo! Okay. AUG the GOAT? Okay.
We must work together.
I mean, maybe I perform well because I have Snake on the gun. Snake cool. I like Snake. A snake takes care of this kobold. And a dragon too. So are we gonna rush B every round? I mean, they were rushing A. Well, not rushing it. They go A every round. I'm gonna do this. One bam at B. One nade. Nade! I didn't throw the molly. On CT. Oh, bomb died. I thought I'd go to church. Hair dryer? Mmm. Love me some hair dryer.
Forward. Grenade.
Nade. Sandbag? Okay.
Throwing smoke.
Holy shit, the amount of smoke here is insane. Where the fuck am I? Oh! Shoot first, think later.
Terrorists win. We will stop your little scout.
Hey, I did 1k damage. That's good enough. Whoa. 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 High ping. Yeah. 184 ping is pretty sad. Oh!
Bomb has been planted.
I got assist. Who? Fucking got flashed.
Terrorists win. I fear no man.
Is it green? Green flashbang? Yep, goddamn. It's all good. I mean, it's not that I'm gonna make that kill anyway. Explosion! Sorry, my bad.
Activating the bomb.
In the face. Oh, that was haunted.
I'm throwing a grenade.
What? Damn, that was insane. I was ready for it too. Can I find it? Can I find it? No kid, no kid. Oh, div kid. Oh. Come back, he toggled. Wow, 13 kills with 53% headshot. That's pretty good. Hey, that's pretty good. I'm not buying Molly anymore. Don't stay here. You know they have a sniper. No one's coming? Someone's coming.
I'm planted. Bomb has been planted. Smoke! I'm throwing a flashbang.
Damn! Okay, at least I didn't do too bad here. At least.
They cannot stop us now.
That one was pretty good. I want to see a gun. Yeah, maybe I should consider playing AUGs. Feels a lot easier to aim, but also it's really hard to flick to the other angle when I'm aiming with AUG. So I mean, no gun is perfect, right? Definitely. Oh, that looks so weird. Some of the parts looks like white noise, like here. This part looks like white noise. I don't know. But a lot of people has this one as well, Night Terror. How do I even get this one? I have no idea. Oh yeah. Metal has a Dragon King M4A4 skin, which I kinda want. But it costs like 60 ringgit something, so it's like, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. Yesterday I had the most interesting interaction on Twitter, right? Someone who feels genuinely interested in my character's building, like character's lore. But then I was like, my kobold is just a kobold, my dragon is just a dragon, my snake is just a snake though. I don't really have any story for them, kind of, a little bit. Right? It's pretty much just like, I'm a kobold because I want to be a kobold. Right? And then my snake is like, I have a snake because I want to be a snake. Same goes for the dragon, right? That's how I sort of make my own characters. But I grew the most attached towards my kobold, obviously, because I'm a kobold, right? So it's like, I don't know, it feels a little bit weird when people ask me about like, hey, what's the lore behind your character? It's like, oh god, I don't know what's the lore. So I sort of just like, on the spot, think of something very simple, right? No, kobold sims for dragons, easily. Snake, the drawer, very quiet. And then dragon, the loud one, also loves badminton. I think that's like the easy idea that I got for my characters. And then they seem to like it too. It's like, ooh, what a unique dynamic, you know, dimension. It's like, wow, I didn't think about that. Right? I just think it's kind of cool, to be honest. I just think it's kind of cool. Maybe have a little bit of a character play in between as well. It's pretty fun as well. Like someday I would love to maybe make or commission someone to do like a piece where all my characters are together interacting with each other. I just think that's pretty cool, right? I think that's pretty cool. Maybe someday, right? Maybe someday. I would like that. Mm. Ooh, some of his skin. What is that skin? Oh, it's a helmet. I was like, what is that light? One, two, 5. Ah. Yo, 3 assists? And all of them assists. Let's go. I have so much assist. So much assist. 2 assists. 1 kill? We take those, I guess.
Remember, this is bandit country. Shoot everything that moves.
Shoot everything that moves. No, they don't rush, so I'm gonna like deep nade. B. I'm coming.
Flashbang.
Maybe I shouldn't leave. Ooh, nasty. Oh, B, why are you here? If they plant at B, I'll shoot you. I'll do it, I'm telling you. Oh my god. Why are you here when I'm checking A? Jesus. Making noises. Probably at apartments.
Laying down smoke. Diffusing. Counter-terrorists win. Easy peasy lemon squeeze.
We love the ninja diffuse. That's why we have a smoke. And I bought a kit. We love that.
Come on, chop chop.
Oh, B.
Throwing smoke. Throwing fire.
Very interesting.
Throwing a grenade.
I might be dead here. Yep. I'll wait for them to plant, actually. I'm not gonna peek. Actually, I'm gonna peek. I'll peek. Some on top. Top dead. Top kick. No. Bomb dropped. If you DDD, I shoot. AWP mid. I need to have a better angle. No way. There's no way. Did they not see me or something? I mean, they saw me, but like, huh? two of their backs were just towards me, and then I missed every shot, and I still got them with an AWP on their side.
Laying down smoke. Smoke. Grenade out.
I'll check here.
Flashbang out.
Flashbang out. Bumpy. Looks like mid.
Flashbang.
You go there, I'll check A. Oh my god, I shouldn't have run. Patience! Where's my patience? I need to have patience. Don't just run off when I see bomb there. MP5 versus MP9. I mean, 9 wins. It's more numbers, right? Oh. Just hide. Play. Just stall for time. All that. How many bullets AUG has? 30. Oh, I see. Yeah, 30 bullets is not bad.
Go.
2A. I'll go B then. Actually, I'll go mid.
Throwing fire.
I had a feeling. That's why I didn't like.
Throwing smoke. Flashbang.
You gotta run peaks sometimes. Don't think they're gonna come from top, actually. Oh my god, holy shit, man! I have a scope though. Oh, I'm cheating. I have 62% headshot rate. Damn. Our AOG is too much of a too expensive.
Move it, son.
But it's really good though.
Incendiary out. Laying down smoke. Smoke.
Mid sniper. Maybe someone needs to push mid. Oh, they smoke mid. Fair enough. Someone flank them? Not anymore.
There you go.
Okay, we're doing pretty okay now. We're doing pretty okay with the AUG.
Let's give it to them, boys. Incendiary. Throwing smoke.
Interesting angle.
Throwing a grenade. Smoke out. Throwing fire.
I mean, top died.
Deploying flashbang.
No one said bomb. No one said they. Bomb dropped, so I guess we can rush there and help. Damn! Again, patience. I should just hold my position. All right, just don't run off. Don't run off. There's gonna be someone flanking us if I run off. Just hold. All right, they're doing good. I don't need to go help. Yeah. Hold the position. Don't run off. All right, don't run off.
Laying down smoke.
There's no need.
Throwing flashbang.
Ooh. Mid snipe. I mean, if someone from top jumps down, I can definitely hear them.
Throwing grenade. Throwing fire. Bomb has been planted.
Weren't you at B? Oh, didn't even see them. Oh man, AUG is so expensive. Holy shit! Look at that. All my money gone.
Move it. Throwing fire.
I should try. Yeah, B.
Throwing flashbang. Grenade out. Throwing smoke. Flashbang out. Flashbang.
Yeah, the last two is at middle. See if I can help them. Oi! Oi! Get the fuck out of me, man. I don't know why I survived that. Oh! I should hold my position. Right? I think hold the position. Okay? Don't just run off. Please. I need to hold the position. The position.
Incendiary
Alright. See what happened twice now? When I don't hold the position, they came from there. And I didn't hear them. I almost died for it. Yeah. Yeah. Just hold the position. If purple runs off.
Deploying flashbang.
Okay, purple checking there. I'm still checking B short just in case. Right. See? When teammate goes already check a place, I'll check the place that hasn't been checked yet. That's good, right? That's good. Ooh, feels like A. But then again, it's hard to say. Yep, A. Shit.
Bomb has been planted.
I didn't see them. Holy! Oh, unfortunate.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, I sincerely didn't see them. Feels like if they stay in a dark place, I can hardly see them anymore. Sometimes I feel like I need to get my eyesight checked.
Go. Throwing fire. Smoke. Laying down smoke.
Laying down smoke. Oh, no scope. Damn. Crazy. Just hold this spot, right? Ayoyoy.
Bomb has been planted. Terrorists win.
I can't. And breathe. That was too scary. Breathe. Oh my god. Alright, this is all I get. Oof. I mean, better than nothing, right? Yeah, this is like the high risk, high reward kind of thing, you know, with AUG.
Move it, son. Incendiary.
I can't really do much with UMP here, sadly.
Deploying decoy.
Decoy. Decoy.
Flashbang out.
Let me try to flank them here then. I mean, it's not the best flank. Shotgun.
Bomb has been planted.
Yeah, definitely A. Oh! Tough, 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 tough. Very tough, very tough. But now we are rushing. I mean, we are... Bam. We got the bam now. They want B? I mean, I guess I'll go naked. Someone didn't want the gun. Decoy? Decoy? Alright. We need to get out, we need to get out. The smoke. The one from shore? I got lucky. I think when attacking using Negev is a little bit difficult, right? I use VPP's on for it. Actually, I use MP5. There's more range and more accuracy. Alright, second B. We love that. Brother! No one checked that place? Are you serious? There's no way. Oh, you were looking at the ground. Oh, why are you here? Oh, behind you. Oh, what a kill. Holy shit. Oh my god. Okay, okay. I don't know what's going on. Oh my god. So like that shotgun almost made me piss. You don't want the MP9? I'll take the MP9, goddamn. Free gun. Holy shit. A free gun's a free gun. I'm gonna Whoa. I think I got this. A little bit too late now. Should throw it immediately. They jump down, holy shit. Fucking shotgun, man. How is shotgun, like, full range works? Who? Where? Oh, from under. Oh, they got AWP. This is not gonna be fun anymore. Well, I can always smoke that area, so it should be fine.
We must work together.
Allow me. I may have missed. I hope I got it.
I throw the flashback. I'm throwing a grenade.
thing is dead. Where even is the bomb? Supermarket. Nice! That was beautiful. I'm finally performing. No, don't rush, please. Or at least don't rush mid until the smoke is exploded. When is someone there? Ow. I thought I saw someone in the window. Shoot first thing later, I love it.
Activating the bomb. I throw the flashbang.
Nice. I shot that guy. Nice. Oh, why are you getting your knife out when you're defending? Oh, what a flip. What a flip. This is a really close match. It's getting harder now because they all, once they have like AWP, I don't know how to deal with them. Oh yeah, we never once fought A. Didn't we got one kill? They trying to save their gun? Nope, they're reloading. Oh, was it yellow? Oh!
We're going to do this.
Terrorists win.
Yeah.
Fuck. They got their AWP! I couldn't kill them! Crap. I don't like to deal with AWP. Oh. Oi! Fair enough. The AAW. Oh, very low. Connector. Oh, you did. It's an AWP. Now they're holding the angle. That's an interesting flash. You can do it. Oh, PPP John! Yeah, PPP John wins in angles like this. Unless you have like insane aim, then yeah. I feel like Tylra's Gali Air is just my go-to. I cannot use AK. It's too difficult. I have the bomb. Okay. You. Did my smoke fail? No. My smoke hits right. I'll follow my teammate to B then. No! No bullet. Should checked. No bullet. Yeah, that's saving the gun. No?
Terrorists win.
Thanks. That was a bad bomb placement. I'm sorry. Yeah, that was a bad bomb placement. I'm sorry. They're going B? Okay, I'll try to go from mid to B then. I failed. There's no way! Wait! Nice! Be short? Wow. The tap? The one tap? The tap tap tap? Hmm. Oh, AUG? AUG though. Do you have a skin? No. I mean that's a skin, but huh? No snake, huh? No snake AUG, huh?
Counter terrorists win.
No AUG, huh? Oh wait, it's match point for us. Shit, we have a chance. AUG is love, I know, right? And my AUG has a snake skin. Very, very cool. Hi again, Hrist. I think rushing B is a good idea. I have a feeling they're gonna rush mid. Are they going to? No. It's an AWP. I locked myself. They saw where I am. Thanks. No, I can still see. Ah! Oh,
I've planted the bomb.
in the smoke. Gold. Oh. AUG. Yo! That last tab is insane. Okay. I'm surprised that I'm not doing too bad. Wow. See, it's 5:41. 5:41. I'll play one more. I don't know what map do I want to play. I mean, I only know much about these 3 maps, but then the rest of the maps I just don't know what I'm doing. Been a rather chill and fun night, so yeah, nice. A chill day is always nice, to be honest. Yeah. I didn't need to reinstall Valorant or this, but I'm leaning more towards Val, to be honest. That's fair. I don't know why Valorant just doesn't seem appealing to me personally. I think it's a more personal preferences kind of thing. I just feel like Valorant is too flashy. And then when I look at the game, I feel like I would not be able to look at the enemy most of the time. I don't know. Like, I saw some Valorant gameplay. Yeah, it's too flashy. And then I have to consider my ult placement and stuff like that. It's like, I just want to shoot gun. The speed can be much slower in comparison to this one. Really? I thought Valorant is a little bit faster than this.
Let's roll.
And the powers can be a bit much. Yeah, the ultimates and stuff, right? It's Talmon. Every time I need to check tab to see if there's anyone that I got that got blocked. What? What is this rank? You have a star? Salmon? What's that rank, Salmon? I'm only this 2, 3, 4? I don't know what that is.
We must win.
Man, they all seem so good. Yeah, I feel like Counter-Strike is where it's very simple, but also difficult, right? You have guns and you shoot, that's it. You have no powers, your utilities you control, that's pretty much it, right? AFK. Where? Oh. Ooh. 3 bullet. Yo! Are you summon? I don't know which one is summon. Hair dryer. I like my hair dryer. Now you know I'm a silver player. Silver 1, silver 2, I don't know. Why is MP5 looks comically large? Why do I think someone's gonna rush from here? No. Holy shit, orange is popping off. With the deagle? You're crazy. I did 19 damage and 2 kills. 2 kills, 19 damage. Oh, I'm so good, holy shit. Yeah, I think it's time to smoke. I don't know where to look. Yo, purple? Shotgun? Purple? Oh! Tough. I didn't do shit. Sorry. Damn, I shot their head. They always rush mid though. How do I just throw a fire, I guess? I'll throw a fire though. Yeah, you guys go there. Maybe I just can't do dust too. $112 Why are you like this? Man, I cannot. I'm not doing. That's too hard for me, question mark? That still must be very hard for me. I think them. Oh, I thought that's the AWP that's over there. Rush B? Guess we can try it. What's that smell? Yo! Damn, got 2 kills. Crazy. Why is orange so rich? What happened? Not equal. No way. A PPP John, man. Oh. Oh, very bright, very bright. Damn. AWP. What a shot. Orange is so good. Oh, someone's coming. Ooh. What a play! What a play! Oh, orange is so fucking good. Holy shit. Gosh diggity dang. I want half of that power. Wow. Hello? What happened to my aim? Brother, I cannot aim. Yeah, fair enough. Orange is so fucking good. Holy shit. I should just use this. I don't have aim. My aim, it's gone. I can't aim anymore. Oh god. Oh my goodness. No more M.
Throwing smoke.
Is that smoke real? That smoke ain't real.
Terrorists win.
Wait, I thought I heard someone here? What the?
Throwing fire.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess I should just use PPP John. Feels like the way to do it is to use PPP John. I mean, PPP John is pretty good. 64 bullets. A gun with 64 bullets. Interesting stuff. Okay. I am not gonna question it. Oh.
Terrorists win.
That round only took 34 seconds. Yeah, everyone rushed in. Everyone just rushed in. Scary. I mean, they're not gonna rush anymore, right?
Together we can do this. Deploying smoke shield.
I mean, this. Hairdryer is superior? I agree. Hairdryer is more fun. True. Yeah. What? KFC? Sugar bun? Hey! Hey! No! Sorry. Yeah, better play. Also, hi, dumb cat boy.
I'm throwing a flashbang.
I'm throwing a flashbang. I'm throwing a flashbang. What if they come from A long? That would be kind of funny, no? Okay, no.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, I love the hairdryer as well. My hairdryer is shiny too.
Let's make some holes in some bad guys.
Also, dragon gun. This is the most I've spent in this game. 20 ringgit. My god. So much money, I'm gonna cry. Nah, I'm no need, okay, no need. Run to my safe spot. Not enough time. Oh! Another one? What if I look at them and then they die? Oh, you! Oi! Oi! How? Animal themed weapons are always the coolest. I know! I have an AUG. Look at this schnick. I cannot buy AUG though. No money. Too expensive. Let's do MP5. Alright, assheads. The one time I thought they're not gonna rush A, they rushed A and beat my ass. Eat this! I mean, no way they're gonna rush second time, right? Going from A short. Do I defend? Yeah, nah, I'm going there. Going from A short. Yo! Okay, Mark 10 is superior. Yeah, yeah. Hairdryer is way superior than MP5. Do I try my snake gun? Yeah, let me try it. No utility, just snake gun. Woo! You're blocking me, buddy! Ah! That was so cool! What the fuck, snake gun? My god, I'm using aim hack! Oh. Hello. And get did. Hey, cat boy, thank you. Yo, snake gun is OP, man. Yeah, they're not gonna rush A anymore, I feel like. Like, no way. Unless they do it again. I'm still gonna do the same thing. Smoke? Thank you. That's so nice. They gave me a smoke. Yeah, they're not gonna rush anymore, I'm pretty sure. Like, they're like, what? 3 headshot? That guy is using fucking aim hacks. Fuck. And they never do it again. Wow. Wait, no one said B? Okay, okay. Uh-oh, my AUG though. 3300 money. AWP? Interesting bomb. They killed their own teammate. And I got an assist for it. Oh no, I'm broke as hell. Alright, 0 buy, buddy. I'm broke as hell. How are they so rich? Brother, how? I'm not buying anything. I don't care. Going in naked. Going in naked. Someone rush me. Are they rushing B again? Okay, be clever. Don't make noise. Don't boo. I hate this game. Where's your crosshair? No, did you not see that guy? At the... What? No, uh-huh. Really? No one saw that? Wait, am I... Oh, is that the dead person that I saw? What? I'm so confused, huh? Brother, what was that? Why am I so confused? Alright, check out my
You guys know what to do. Kill bad guys.
My already dead, holy shit. Through the wall, wow. Popping off, I guess. Hey. Don't go through the smoke or I'll kill you. You go to smoke, I head bang you. I bang your head. Middle?
Grenade!
Someone to the middle? Oh.
Bomb has been planted.
Who shot at me? Hiya! Hi. back in front. Ow. Yeah, I think saving your gun will be best. I agree. 100% orange.
Terrorists win.
Nice gun. Very flowery. Why am I constantly broke as hell? They always rush B. I'm protecting B this time. Check this. Hiya! Okay, we good. Beach. No more. I'm telling you, no more. Bitch. No, I heard that too. Nice. Negib strikes again. What if I do it again? Would be funny if I do it again. But this time I'm going with a smoke. Oh, or not. 3 people going to be.
Smoking!
You Negib strikes again? I'm checking A short. Just in case. Yo, yellow is popping off Negib this time. Granada. I had a feeling. Don't come out. Don't come out. Ooh.
Counter-terrorists win.
We took the piss out of them.
Can purple buy a gun? That should be enough, right? That's 300.
Alright, let's roll.
Ooh, nasty.
Laying down smoke.
Don't go through the smoke or I headbang you. Okay, I saw the bomb. I'm going in. Watch this. Okay, maybe not. Ooh. Hey, I'm not too bad. I have 13 assists. How the fuck? What is that? Global General rank 40? Can I get a Cobalt rank? Can I get a Cobalt rank where I just, you know, just SMGs? Wait, no, give me AUG. I love AUG now. AUG, great. Yeah, I'm gonna take a rest now. It's fun. I like playing Counter Strike. Oh, so. Let me show. This one. Oh, Shaneku. This is the best skin ever. Shaneku. Oh my god. I have a Shaneku and I have a Dragon. Imperial Dragon. It's shiny and it's Dragon. I still can't believe I bought this. I think this one costs like 20. It's so expensive for a skin. But then I saw a dragon as I have to get it. It's like, I have to get the dragon, and I bought it. 3D? I know, right? I know. It's Dragon. But it's kind of funny when you look at this. Honestly, buying skins is just for myself to look at, right? Like, no one else can see the skin but myself. Other than they pick the gun up, then they can see the skin. Like, no one's gonna inspect the skin like this, right? When they player model looking at player model with the skins like, whoa, nice skin, bro. It's like, no, that's not gonna happen. Right? Yeah, it's for this. So cool, Takan. Oh yeah, this one is also Takan. This one is double Takan. I think this one is only like, shit, I think less than 1 ringgit. I found this skin, it's like, oh, I have to play it. And then for a time I was using dual Berettas for a lot of matches. Maybe I should use more dual Beretta on T side. Because T side pistol is just an auto. With a sticker like that, I guess. Stat track confirmed kills 178. I'm so good. Wow. Like, this is the original picture. Look at it, so cute. Weasel, very nice. Not dragon though, so bleh. I don't think I have any more cool looking skins. Yeah, other than this one, personal favorite. Snake. This one doesn't cost as much too, Snake Pit. Scope assault rifle compensates for its long reload time. With low spread and high rate of fire. Custom panel of snakes and amphibians has been applied. Are there any amphibians here other than snake? Oh, I see snake. Very cool. What's SG? Premium scope alternative to the AK-47 for effective long-range engagement. Ooh, engage? I can engage. Oh yeah, how about... Yeah, no one can see it. You can kind of see it, but who cares when they're shooting guns? This is for my own pleasure. You know, the skins and shit. Yeah. Heck yeah. Alright, I'm gonna call it a day. Also, what is that? Oh, that's fishing. Okay, I won't be streaming tomorrow because because it's 1 year of my dad's passing, and we're gonna go visit dad. So early? I mean, I kind of started late as well. Also, hi Narix. Oh my god, hi Tekken. Let me check. This one. I need to find a right target. Oh, Toon is streaming. Oh, Cobalt Gold is streaming. Oh, I never really raided into Cobalt Gold. It's usually Cobalt Gold that raided into me. But Toonbolt, no, I kinda want to raid Toonbolt. Oh, Toonbolt is playing Beastie Ball? Ooh, it's a game that I want to play as well. Beastie Ball is so cool. Let's raid into Toonbolt. We're gonna raid into another kobold. Right, let me summon Bernie. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Wow, thanks Bernie. Why am I feeling hungry? I had a heavy breakfast. But then again, it's like 6 PM, so maybe that's why. And I also have a Discord channel. Wow. I will announce my stream stuff over there, such as that I will not be streaming tomorrow. Yeah. Oh yeah, I also spam dragon pictures when I can. And of course, you know, anyone can spam dragon pictures. We have a dedicated dragon simping corner in the Discord, so yeah. And I think that is pretty much it. I don't think I'm missing anything. We're gonna raid to another kobold anyway, so Toonbolt, is Toonbolt stronger than me? I don't know. We're gonna ask Toon for uppies, why not? There, it's the right message. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I had a lot of fun with NES titles. I'm totally gonna do more in the future. Of course, if you want, there's a suggestions channel over there. Like, if you have any NES titles that you want me to check out, I can always look at it, right? If not, then I can always play more like SNES titles. No, SNES is also really fun. SNES, and then you have PS1, PS2. PS1 has that janky ass Tom and Jerry video game, which is very bad, and a very nice Bomberman game as well. And of course, my personal favorite, Mega Man X6. Yeah, those kind of games, very fun. Maybe in the future I'll do more retro games like this. No, like not only just NES titles. Yay! D&D 5.5e, changing kobold race classification from humanoid to dragon. Wait, they weren't dragon before? Sacrilege. At least they made it right now. Shit. Kobold is a dragon. Well, fun-sized dragon. And then dragon is huge kobold. Okay, maybe not huge kobold. But yeah, good. They finally changed it to be accurate. Right, let me type in the right tune. Not red, raid. There we go. A dragon being raised by kobolds thinking he's a kobold. Wait, I think that's so cute now. I want that idea. And then I cannot wait to see like a huge mountainous dragon just runs around like a gremlin. And then runs around trying to steal shinies while they're like a mountain. Wait, that's so fun though. Oh my god. Hey. Right, so no stream tomorrow, right? But I'll be back on Monday. Monday I'll probably finish in Demon Tales, I think. Yeah, probably. We are also... I feel like we are so close to the end of the game now, so I'm pretty sure... I'm fairly certain that I would be able to finish in Demon Tales during Monday. And I cannot wait to look more of the story in Demon Tales. The story is so good. Very, very nice. Right? So yeah, I'll see you guys on Monday. Tomorrow will be a no stream. I'll of course I'll say this in Discord so that, you know, people who aren't here will always get notified what happens to my stream, what's happening, or like, you know, what's going to happen. It's an announcement of some sort, right? So yeah. So before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. What? Toonbo just went into a self-care break. I mean, it's good, but I want to raid into Toonbo though. Can we do a sneaky? Can we do a sneaky raid? Just like right into Toon when Toon is like having a self-care break. Oh no. No, I would feel bad. I would feel bad if I ran into Toonbot now. Crap. You know what? I could ramble for a little bit longer. Because why not, right? Did you know that it's almost Chinese New Year and then there's a lot of Chinese pastry that's been going on in the family right now, right? We've been making like fried seaweed, the best thing ever. Fried popiah skin, that's also really good. You know, like popiah skin with sambal inside. Oh, that's also really fucking good. And then you have also like, you know, popiah skin plus seaweed on top, and then they go and fry it. Oh my god, you know, some of the good stuff. And also they have like pineapple tarts. You know, last night my sister made a new batch of pineapple tarts and I ate all of them. Well, not all of them, but some of them. Right, I ate quite a little bit of that. It tastes really good. I'm a huge pineapple tart fan. I mean, I love pineapple in general. You know, like that sour kind of feel. I mean, I guess I just love sweet and sour in general. Yeah. I like those Malayu lotus root shaped fried pretzels. Oh, yeah, that one's also really fucking good. I don't know the name, but I know what you're talking about. That is really good. It's very addicting. Like, you eat one, you want to eat 10. You eat 10, you want to eat 100. Like, you don't want to stop. Hi Swift. We're gonna raid soon. I'm just gonna wait for Toon to get back. Because what? I forgot about the booping stuff. My belly been booped. Wow. The pet makes sense. The chin scratch doesn't really make sense. There, that works. Why no face cam? Because no face cam law. Why would I want to stream with a face cam when I can be a kobold? Right? No problem was lurking here for some time. Heck yeah. Thanks for the lurk. But yeah, the Chinese New Year pastry is... Ooh. So much stuff. I cannot... I mean, I'm probably gonna gain a lot of weight during Chinese New Year. Which is pretty normal, I feel like. Right? The amount of food that was consumed and that will be consumed during Chinese New Year is going to be insane. I mean, same goes for every year except for last year because we have something happening last year, so it didn't happen. But that's besides the point. Usually during Chinese New Year, where friends will visit each other's place, you know, going to their home, visit each other, and then like exchange red packets and stuff, and then eat the food on the table. The food is usually just like the pastries. It's not really like restaurant quality kind of like dishes. They are like pastries, so it will be extra sugary, extra buttery because, you know, pastry. So that's why people gain weight and people tend to get sick after Chinese New Year. With the amount of fried food and sugar consumption during Chinese New Year is insane, man. It's crazy. I was there a few times, right? Every time, well, not every time, most of the time after Chinese New Year. And then after Chinese New Year, I ate too much fried food, especially like those like fried fritters, golopok or something like that. Fish flavored, prawn flavored, all really good. And then I ate them for like a straight week. And then immediately got sick after. Naturally, who wouldn't get sick when they eat fried food for one straight week? Maybe just my opinion, but the face cam makes the stream less about the game or want to show or play and more about yourself. I mean, it depends on how you want to present yourself in the stream, right? I most of the time want to present myself as a kobold, right? Because I want people to look at me as the kobold. But I also do face cams before. My first ever stream was face cam. I'm sorry, no face cam. My first ever stream was no avatar, no face cam, just a mic, my voice, and Tekken 7. That was my first stream. And then my third stream, I decided to get like a cheap ass webcam, which I'm still using it right now. I think I bought this about 4 years ago or 3 years ago. Close to 4 years, right? I bought this, and then, man, I've been using it until now. It costs like, shit, about 35 ringgit. Sorry. Yeah, it's absolutely horrendous, but it works, right? It's like the webcam itself doesn't show clearly. It's very blurry. It doesn't focus on anything. It's just there, but it works, right? Even my 3D avatar uses this webcam, and it also works. So long as it can detect my like eyes, eyebrows, mouth, face movements, like those huge movements. Like tiny detail movements might be a little bit harder, like the eye movement. That one might be a little bit hard, but it kind of works. But usually for eye blinks, I just disable them and do like auto blinks. It kind of works, right? Or else, if I don't enable auto blink, my model will probably just be like blink forever, which is just like closing their eyes non-stop, never opening them anymore. Wow. But yeah, sometimes I use face cam. I don't really use face cam a lot, if at all. I mean, the last time I used face cam was last year, 2024, after I got back from the furry convention. Then I opened up Facecam because there's many things I want to show to people. Facecam is also pretty nifty too, right? It feels pretty 方便, convenient, right? Because if there's anything you want to show, like you can show your emotions, you can show your like expressions, you can show your actions, or like whatever you can show with your face on. And then if you have like a better webcam, you can show pretty much more of the stuff you can. I mean, it's just more expressive, right? Of course, you can have more expressive models, 2D models, 3D models, with like toggles, blend shapes, facial expressions, stuff like that, tail movements, right? All have their own like benefits, right? But what I think webcam is best at is you can show physical products, right? Like last time I tried to show my Polaroid pictures, my new hoodie, like those kind of things that you want to show. Then facecam is like a really good idea. So that's why I use facecam that time. And I think that kind of works. it really depends on the situation. If there's something I want to show, then I'll use face cam. If no, then I'll use avatar most of the time, right? Or like sometimes I want to do, oh yeah, last time I used face cam was also when I was trying to talk about some serious situations. Then I'll use face cam, right? Not like YouTube apologies kind of stuff, you know, not like off frame, sit to the chair, make a huge sigh, and then it's like, and then into the topic. No, nothing like that. It's just some topic. If there's a topic that's pretty serious I want to talk about, then I think using a face cam is like I can get the point across, right? So that's also good about face cam. And I really did ramble for quite a bit because Toon Ball is back. I can raid now. Wow. Wowee. I can raid into Toon Ball now. But yeah, that's just my like opinions on like difference between like face cams, avatar, PNG avatar, 3D avatars. It really just depends on what you want to use. It doesn't make much difference because a stream is like it's my kind of stream, so it depends on what I like. Then I'll sort of like make the stream to what I want to see or what I want to be. So it depends on the streamer. If they want to use face cam, if they want to use PNG, if they want to use 3D, it's all up to them. It works. Yeah, pretty much. Like that, I actually have some rambling skills. I can keep on rambling for quite a bit. I'm surprised. Wow. Alright, Toon Ball is back. I'm ready to raid. So again, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me
Okay,
today.
what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better eat for me for the next 2 minutes.
I don't care. Why you like this? I want to raid after. I'm gonna stare at you for 2.5 minutes. I'll stare at you. Yeah, it's like I'm being hired to stare at you. A dragon? How could you? Bully. Oh, I've been abducted kobo for hugs, nugs, belly rubs? Good. Very nice. Soothe my soul. Soothe my tiny kobold soul, please. Thank you very much. Also, with me doing this, you know, might as well just ramble a little bit longer. With me doing this, I just realized the last time I did a just chatting stream, which is when I got back from Fervent 2024, I actually rambled for like fucking 7 hours. A just chatting stream for 7 hours where I'm just showing things and talking and nothing else. I'm actually surprised I can do that. Like, wowee. Because I'm usually a very quiet person in real life. Like my mid-school friends can vouch for that. I am very fucking quiet. I don't talk at all. I talk the minimal amount of talking, right? But then sometimes I feel like when I stream, there's so many things I want to share, and I just decided to share them. And that resulted in me rambling for fucking 7 hours, I guess. So, yeah. The situation changes people, I guess. I feel like when I stream, I can truly be myself. I can talk about whatever I want to talk about. Unless it's something that's dangerous, then I won't. But usually I can talk about anything I want. So maybe that's why I can ramble for a long time as well. It's a different feeling. It really is. Because it's something like my stream, so I get to discuss about something that's about me. Whereas in real life, if there's like a group of people talking, I don't really want to make the conversation to just be about me, you know. So usually because of that, I'll just be quiet and let them talk. Because I don't want to let the conversation to just all be me.
So that's also why, right? That's also why I also just prefer to be quiet in a group when I'm in a group of people. So yeah, look at that. I see. I yip for 2.5 minutes for you. Also, I'm gonna rate now for real. And Kobold's hungry. I want food. So again, thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobold loves y'all, right? Here comes the raid to Toonbold. We're gonna raid to another Kobold. Oh my goodness. Wowee. Also, I realized when I play Counter-Strike, I usually when I'm waiting for a match, I just look at Telegram and then replay messages and then gets excited. I mean, just replaying messages on stream, very professional. Don't worry about it. Nothing's going on. I mean, it's pretty much just me replaying. Yeah. Sometimes I feel like when I pick my phone up when I'm streaming, it just feels like the professionalism. Now, professionalism is non-existent anymore when I pick my phone up, but these days I feel a little bit more comfortable doing it. Don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. But yeah, also little thing is that I'll check out Mixlup and Samibot if I have the time sometime. I think that's gonna be after Chinese New Year. So yeah, I'll check it out, Samibot and Mixlup, and see if I can make the redeem more clean and also OBS more clean as well. Hopefully you'll use less resources as well, right? So I'll see you guys on Monday with In Demon Tales. Love y'all. Mwah. See you guys Monday. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Take care.